And we are live back in the building for yet another Premier League preview. This time, week 13. But as you can see on the screen, guys, we are going to run through the European club competitions first before we get to the Premier League predictions. We are going to predict all 10 games. But guess what? Remember, there's teams from the league in these European club competitions, and this week, I didn't go live to talk about the Champions League, simply because I had a few things going on, and I mean, was a bit overwhelmed this week, you know what I mean? Had to take my boy to the doctor and all these kind of things, well, to the dentist, and I had some other things going on where I had to pick up my other two kids, you know what I'm saying? So I couldn't go live to talk Champions League, but we're going to talk a little Champions League. We're going to talk a little Europa League, react to the results. I didn't watch the highlights for the Europa League, now the Conference League. So we're just going to, you know what I mean, as we usually do, stay on top of what's going on in those competitions. Big up to the boy, Trilla. How are you feeling, man? How are you? Nice to see you. And we're just going to get everything that we need to get done today. I have all night. Literally, I got a couple hours, man. You know what I'm saying? I got about at least 3 hours to get this done, and probably more. So we're going to get it done, and we're going to have some fun, man. That's what it's all about, covering the content. Not so much the metrics, but just getting the work done. You see what I mean? So we're going to start it off with the Europa Conference League, where I heard through the grapevine that Tottenham Hotspur actually lost their game. I was like, God damn, really? Really? Wow. But if you're watching this right now, you're watching the replay, make sure you check the timestamps down in the description box, and there will also be chapter markers so you could skip around to whatever segment that you want to skip around to, whether it's the Champions League, whether it's the Europa League, or whether it's each of the matches in this week's Premier League match week 13. So let's go. Let's go through these matches. We won't be long on the Conference League, but we are going to go through these games, and then we are going to, move right on to the Europa League, Champions League, and then to the Premier League. So this is a warm-up. It might take me 45 minutes to do this. It's going to take me some time. So let's have some fun with this one. If you have anything to say in the chat, feel free to, chime in. Big up to the boy Arnav Gupta, who says Spurs are too funny. They always seem to do the undoable and unthinkable. Not to forget, that was Mura's first win in the group and first win in Europe. Exactly, man. Lennon Sweet, I told you about Sterling. He's back. Listen, bro, I'm not falling for Sterling and what he's been doing lately. He ain't back. Trust me, he ain't back. Believe me, he ain't back. But it's good. It's good that he's scoring. He's getting paid to do so. So it's nice. It's nice. We'll talk about that when we get to the Champions League, though. We'll do that. But let's not waste no more time. Let's just go through each and every one of the groups. This is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to go through the groups. I'm going to see what the groups are looking like. And I'm going to go through the matches that were played today in each and every group. So let's take a look at Group A, and we're going to go through. But look, we have to know how the Europa Conference League works too, We're gonna basically have some fun, and we're not going to jump the gun too much and just run off and just talk about the Conference League without knowing how exactly it works in terms of the group stage, right, guys? We have to know, all right? We definitely got to know, man. So, in terms of the group stage, the format will see 8 groups of 4 teams, followed by the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and final. An additional preliminary knockout round will be played before the round of 16, okay, between teams ranked second in their groups and the third ranked teams from the UEFA Europa League groups. The new competition will feature 141 matches over 15 match weeks 56 teams will take part. All right, so cool, right? Very cool. So when it says 56, the competition is made up of 48 teams, right? 48. I'm pretty sure it's 48. Is it? Nah, it's only 30. It's 32. I don't know why I said 48. That's the Europa League. But wait. Why did it say wait, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. 15 match weeks. All right, I don't know why it says 15 match weeks, but 56 teams will take part, which means, let me see, 8 groups. Yeah, that's from I don't know why it says that though. Really don't know. I don't know why it says 56 teams will take part, but we're trying to really understand the Conference League and what's going on here. But group stage is 32 teams, and then preliminary. Okay. All right, preliminary knockout round, 16 teams, 8 group runners up from the group stage, 8 third place teams from the Europa League. They're gonna take play against each other. Okay, and that'll make up the other 8. All right. Okay, 8 group winners from the group stage, 8 winners from the preliminary knockout round. All right, so yeah, I don't know why it says 50 so many match weeks, but anyways, we're not gonna confuse ourselves with the Conference League. What we know for sure is that the teams that top their group will go on to the round of 16, while the teams that come in second will have to play the third place teams coming down from the Europa League, and the winner of that preliminary round before the round of 16 then go on to the round of 16. All right, that's the main thing. That's the most important thing that we must note here on how the UEFA Conference League works. That's exactly what I was looking for, not all the other confusing stuff. I just wanted to know who went on to the next round and who don't. So if you come in second, you won't just go into the round of 16. You would have to play the third place teams coming down from the Europa League. All right, so let's just go through the groups now and take a look at what the matches look like today. So LASK, they on top their group with 13 points. Maccabi Tel Aviv 10. And those are the 2 teams that will, LASK would move on to the round of 16. If they are able to stay on top, they could actually be surpassed by Maccabi Tel Aviv. If they lose and Maccabi Tel Aviv wins their next game, all LASK needs to do is to draw or to win. So I don't think a loss would suffice. You would need Maccabi Tel Aviv to draw or lose too. So HJK, sorry Mike. Michael Talks Football, the boy out from Finland. Sorry, bro. Seems like your team isn't going to move on. And Alish Kurt comes in last. So let's take a look at what the matches looked like today. We had 1-0 HJK over Alish Kurt, the 2 bottom teams. And LASK beating Maccabi Tel Aviv to actually go on top of the table. Awesome. So the last games will be between LASK and HJK. Helsinki and Alish Kurt will play Maccabi Tel Aviv. We're going to move right on. We're going to keep it moving. We won't be getting into who scored and who didn't. Only for the game between Tottenham and Mura. That's it. Because it's a Premier League show. But when we get to the Champions League, we will get into who scored and, so on and so forth, though. So definitely hello to everybody in here, man. Big up to you and everybody who's watching. Guys, make sure you like the video for the stream. Do appreciate that. I know I was supposed to stream earlier in the morning, the Premier League, but I couldn't get it done, guys. I was way too tired. So Group B, Ghent, 10 points. Partizan with 7 points. Flora with 5. And Onotorsis with 5. So this group is still very much open. But Ghent, they have secured a place into the preliminary round at least. Or the round of 16. That they know for sure. Flora, Onotorsis, and Partizan will have to scrap it out for that other place. It could be a situation where Partizan do go on to get directly into the round of 16, and Ghent have to go through the playoff. So what happened in today's games? We had Anatarsis beating Ghent 1-0. So that was an upset. And Flora beating Partizan. What's going on here? What is going on here? Yeah, that's some weird results, right? So the underdogs prevailed in today's games in the UEFA Conference League in Group B. So it sets it up nicely between Ghent and Flora, and Partizan versus Anatarsis. And we're going to keep it moving. I'm not going to try to remember where all of these teams are from, guys. But in Group C, we know that Bodo Glimt has been doing the goddamn business, man. Big up to Bodo Glimt, 11 points, 1 point ahead of Roma. They actually beat Roma twice, which is once, I think. One draw and one loss, I think, against Roma. Roma lost the game, I think, 6-1, and they drew the other game, if I'm not mistaken. So Bodo Glimt unbeaten. They are guaranteed a place into the next round, at least into the preliminary round. And Roma also guaranteed at least a place in the preliminary round. But it's not decided yet who will get that direct spot in the round of 16 and who will have to go through to the playoffs. So Zoya Luhansk, third, and CSK Sofia last with 1 point. They cannot place higher than last. But third gets nothing. It's only the top two teams move on. What happened today? Let's take a look at this. And Bodo Glimt 2, CSKA Sofia 0. Roma 4, Zoya Luhansk 0. So big up to the boy Jose Mourinho. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Group D, AZ Alkmaar, 11 points. They will go on to top their group, so they will get a direct spot into the round of 16. While Randers and Jablonec will scrap it out for that playoff spot. CFR Cluj, they are eliminated. So what happened today? Let's just take a look. And 1-1, Jablonec and AZ Alkmaar. Randers beat CFR Cluj 2-0. All right. So Group E, Feyenoord topping the group with 11 points. Slavia Praha, Union Berlin, and Maccabi Haifa all still with a shout to get that spot into the playoffs. So let's see what happened in those games today, and then we're going to keep it moving. Union Berlin 1-0 over Maccabi Haifa, and 2-2 between Slavia Praha and Feyenoord. We're going to keep it moving, man. Copenhagen, Group F, 12 points. Slavan Bratislava, 8. So Copenhagen are through. They will get a direct spot in the round of 16. PAOK and Slovan Bratislava has to scrap it out. Lincoln Red Imps of Gibraltar, yeah, it's good that they made it, but they haven't won a single game. They only scored twice, and they conceded 15 goals. So it's good for them to be in the competition, but they just been whipping boys off the group, man. So Roma used to be a force in the Champions League. What has happened to them? Yeah, I know, man. I know. Thriller, I don't know some of these teams, not gonna lie. Elias, how are you doing? It's been a while, I know, right? I haven't streamed all week, man. Imagine I didn't stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's been a long time, right? I streamed on Sunday, right? Last time I could remember, I did. So, yeah, man, I worked really hard this year, man. Coming all the way from the summer, covering the Euros and the Gold Cup, and then coming straight into the Premier League season and the international breaks. I've been grinding very, very hard over the last couple months, man. So, give me a break, Ilyas. Let me take a while. All right, so let's keep it moving. Let's see what happened in today's matches here. 0-0, Slovan Bratislava and PAOK. Copenhagen beat Lincoln Red Imps 4-0. We're going to keep the ball rolling to Group G, where Rennes have topped the group. Tottenham are in second, Vitesse are third, and it's going to be down between Tottenham and Rennes, where if Rennes does pick something off Tottenham, like let's say they get a draw, and Vitesse beat Mura, it means that Tottenham are knocked out of the Conference League. And the crazy thing about Tottenham is that they would have extra games. They would definitely have extra games if they move on to the next round. Because what's going to end up happening, they cannot go into the round of 16 directly. They have to play in the playoffs if they do move on, which is very, very weird, man. Tottenham, I don't know what to say about y'all. But in today's game, Moura 2, Tottenham 1, Tony Horvath in the 11th minute. Harry Kane, well, Ryan Sessegnon got sent off in the 31st minute. So they were down to 10 men. And Harry Kane scored in the 72nd minute. Yeah, that's all he's good for. Scoring in the freaking Europa Conference League and for England. And in the League Cup. But this season in the league, how many he got? 1? Like, come on, man. You got to do better than that. I think you got Man City on your mind, you know. Really think you got Manchester City on your mind. Amade Marosha with an extra time goal to beat Tottenham. 2-1. This is an absolute shame. It's an absolute disgrace of a performance, I have to say, in this group, where Tottenham has lost twice, drawn once in 5 Conference League games. And I'm telling you, you might think, oh, Tottenham have been heavily rotating their teams. No, hardly. I think in the last game when Conte came in, he did rotate, but they have not been rotating. Look at this. Let's see who played. Moura 2, Slovenian team, you know, that most people on planet Earth never heard of. Most people in England, I never heard of this team before. Believe me, before the Conference League, I never heard of Moura. You see what I'm saying? So, look, man, look. You go down and let's see who played. Let's see who played. Why the hell is Kane, this man right here, why is he playing in the Conference League? He should be freaking resting up for the Premier League matches. He should not be playing in no damn Conference League. Let's keep it 100. He should not be playing in no Conference League, man. Look, Kane, Ali, Brian Hill, Oli Skip, Ndombele, Dougherty, Sessegnon. It's a rotated team. It's a rotated team, to be frank. Tanganga, Rodon, Sanchez, Golini. It's a rotated team. But Kane don't need to be playing in the team. You see what I'm saying? He don't. He really don't. But do they have a choice? Do they really have a choice, though? You see what I'm saying? No, they don't. They really don't. You got to play him. Or else you have to play the Son, or you got to play Moura. You know, you got to play him. Where's the boy, Bergwijn? Is he injured? Bergwijn didn't make the trip, so he's an injury doubt for the weekend. But you telling me that you lost to these Slovenian no-name players? I never heard of these guys. Never, none of them. Not a single one of them. Never heard of them. It's a total disgrace. All the shit I've been talking about Tottenham, people probably think, yeah, damn, you a hater, or there, give Tottenham a break. You see? You see? See what's happening here? You see? You see? You see for your damn selves. You see for yourselves. You're losing to Moura with an okay team on the field. You had an okay team with a really good manager in charge. Shouldn't lose, man. You shouldn't lose. I don't care. You shouldn't draw. You shouldn't lose against these teams. But look, man, it's football. The ball is round. And we love an underdog story. And Moura is, throwing a wrench in the system here. Look, take a look at the group, right? Moura cannot move on. But Tottenham, they actually could prevent Tottenham from moving on. Because that loss means that Tottenham won't be able to get first place. And remember, second in the Conference League has to play the third team from the Europa League, which is, something, man. Definitely something. So, let's see who they meet. and they probably won't move on. A trophy for them to win seems like they're going to screw this one up as well. Really seems as if they're going to screw this one up, man. So, just stats for this game. 15 shots at goal for Tottenham, 3 on target. At least they got a few on target here. They did in the last game as well. Be fair to them. 59% of the ball, 590 passes with an 84% pass accuracy. Moura with 7 shots at goal, 2 on target, 2 in the back of the net. 41% of the ball, 424 passes with a 78% pass accuracy. Congratulations to the Slovenian team. And the manager's name is Ante Shimunza. So big up to the boy Ante Shimunza, who recently celebrated his 50th birthday in September. And he must be a proud man. You see what I'm saying? Oh, man. We know of a team from Slovenia called Maribor, right? Yeah. That was a team that actually frequent in European competition. We never heard of Moura. But trust me, we won't forget that team, though. We definitely won't forget Moura after what they did against Tottenham today. So you ought to be proud of yourselves, man. So Tottenham, goddamn shame. Goddamn shame. But I love it, though. I love it. Anyways, let's go back. And we're going to continue talking about these other groups, man. Can't talk about bum-ass Tottenham any longer. So the other game in this group, Rennes 3, Vitesse 3. All right, so we're going to keep it moving. This is the last group before we wrap up the Conference League. We got Basel and Karabakh on 11 points each. These teams are going to scrap it out for that direct place in the round of 16. Ammonia third and Kairat of Kazakhstan last. So what happened in today's games? Let me see. Karabakh 2, Ammonia 2, Basel 3, Kairat 2. Basel and Karabakh will play each other on the final match day for that direct spot in the round of 16. Ammonia will play Kairat in a dead rubber affair. And that does it for the Europa Conference League roundup for match day 5. So hope you enjoy that. Remember, we're warming up for the Premier League preview that I got coming up after I talk about all 3 European competitions that I didn't talk about this week. If you watching the replay and you want to skip around, there'll be timestamps. I always timestamps these things. So big up to Miss Melina in the house, man. Miss Melina, oh man, Tottenham jokers. You know, I know you're an Arsenal fan, but it probably feels better to not be in any competition and just chilling, taking a break, than to be in the competition, losing to teams like freaking Moura. Big up to Jersey boy, JaVale O'Hara in the house, Arik, Mahmoud, Palomo, Thriller, everybody in here. Elias Abdi, if you're in here and you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you smash up the thumbs up button for the live stream. We're doing the damn thing, man. We're doing the damn thing. You know what? Football, it's an infinite game. As long as there's life, there's going to be football. Even when there was a pandemic going around the world, the footballers still found a way to go out in front of in empty stands and do their thing because it must go on. You see what I mean? So, got us busy here. People like me, just busy. I got life. I got wife. You know what I'm saying? I got kids, 3 to be exact. I got a career. Still got to talk about this football, man. Sometimes I do get overwhelmed like this week, to be honest. But I got some sleep. I bounced back and I'm here. Let's talk. How's everybody feeling? I know today's Thanksgiving as well. I'm getting paid to be home. I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving like that, but I am thankful for life. I am thankful for you guys and the support and everything. I'm just thankful for all the positive things we got going on. So let us keep it moving, man. Let's keep it moving. So big up to Rachel. Oh man, I haven't seen you in a while, man. How are you? Thanks for continuing to be a member of the channel. That's a really good way to keep supporting the channel. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I know you're loving what Liverpool are doing this season, both in the Champions League and in the league. Nice to see you around here, man. So we're going to move on, though. We're going to definitely move on from the Conference League. And let's talk Europa League, where we do have some Premier League teams in there. Leicester and West Ham to be exact. So let's just change up that background there with some style and go to the Europa League. All right, let's go. Let's go. I like this UEFA website. How, it's much better than the FIFA website, I gotta say. Really better. Much better. All right, so let's go. But before we do move on, we do have to understand how this Europa League thing works this season. It's a bit different. It is a bit different. I'll try not to confuse myself in terms of the, how many rounds there is and all of that nonsense that I was talking about earlier. So, yeah. Europa League. Let's get the Europa League. And let me see what the format is like this year. 2021-22 Europa League. All right. So the group stage, the knockout phase. Okay. The knockout phase includes the 16 teams which qualified as winners and runners-up of each of the 8 groups in the group stage. The 8 third place teams from the 2021 Champions League group stage, right? All right, let me repeat that. The knockout phase includes 16 teams which qualified as winners and runners-up of each of the 8 groups, each, and 8 third place teams from the Champions League. So it's basically the same as the Europa League, right? So the Champions League, third place teams group, let me see. The second place teams will go into the playoff with the third place teams coming down from the Champions League, just like the Europa Conference League. So it's pretty much the same format, where the winners would go into the round of 16, where Lyon and Monaco already confirmed winners. Bayer Leverkusen and West Ham also confirmed winners. Runners-up confirmed Rangers, Betis, right? So, yeah. So those teams would play against the teams coming down from the Champions League, where Borussia Dortmund, Sheriff Tiraspol, and Zenit are in those spots right now. So, pretty different than the previous format, where there was a round of 32 and so on and so forth. So that's how the Europa League is going to work. Same like the Conference League. So pretty cool stuff. Like, for example, right, when they just came out with the whole Conference League thing, I was like, God damn, another competition. But when you really think about it, it gives opportunity to teams like Mura to put themselves on the map. You see what I mean? By beating Tottenham and giving themselves some inspiration and some hope that they'll come again next time and they could aim for a lot better. Remember, you get money for being in the competition as well. So it's just not you're just there to play extra games and to water down a thing. You get money, and that's money being pumped into those clubs like Mura, where they could invest in playing fields and practice pitches and all these kind of things, training grounds and all of that. So it's a win-win. Even though UEFA, I know, did it for them to get more money, but it's a win-win for everyone when you really think about it, right? It's definitely a win-win for everyone when you do think about it. So, yeah. So let's take a look at the groups. Group A, Lyon have been confirmed winners of this group, while Rangers are second right now. Most likely they will remain second unless they lose badly and, Sparta Praha picks up a big win. Don't know if they're playing against each other just yet. We'll find out. And Brøndby won't be able to move on to the next round. So remember, Lyon will go into the round of 16 directly. Rangers or Slavia Praha would have to go into the playoffs with the third place team coming down from the Champions League. So what happened in today's games, you may ask? Rangers 2, Sparta Praha 0. did I say Slavia Praha earlier? Sparta Praha. So they don't play each other. They play today, and Rangers prevailed. No Stevie G, no problem. I think Giovanni Van Bronckhorst is now in charge of Rangers. So he started things off very, very well. Sparta Praha will play Brøndby. Lyon will play Rangers. Lyon did beat Brøndby 3-1. So that's what's up in Group A. We're going to move on to Group B, where Monaco tops the group right now with 11 points. They can be passed by PSV because, if PSV wins, they lose. Goal difference obviously would be better. And then Sociedad, they're third. Very disappointing in my opinion. I think they lost today. And Sturm Graz knocked out with 1 point. So let's take a look at what happened in the games today, where Monaco beat Real Sociedad 2-1 and PSV beat Sturm Graz 2-0. The fight for second would be between Sociedad at home against PSV. So you'd fancy Sociedad to do the business at home, right? And knock PSV out of the competition. Because I'm pretty sure Monaco will go on to beat Sturm Graz or even get a point. They will top their group. Who's in charge of Monaco these days? It's the boy Niko Kovac, right? I think so. I haven't checked on them, but I know they got that boy Chouameni playing for them. Monaco always produces a lot of really good players. But they're the team that sell a lot of players recently, and they've not been competing for the league on title. So we have Group C. Leicester City are now on top the table again after winning today's game. Okay, we're going to talk about that match. Right now, we got to talk about Leicester. Didn't watch the game, didn't watch any Europa League, but I just want to make sure I go through the game in terms of who scored and so on and so forth. So Leicester 3, Legia Warsaw 1. Patson Daka in the 11th minute, James Maddison in the 21st, Filip Mladenovic in the 26th, and Wilfred Ndidi in the 33rd. So Brendan Rodgers, after losing on the weekend there in the Premier League, they bounced back in the Europa League, and they got an opportunity to rotate their squad, let some French players get some minutes, and actually get their confidence up as well. So good win for Leicester against Legia Warsaw. I think Legia Warsaw have been struggling in the league in Poland, if I'm not mistaken. Might be mixing them up with another team, but I'm pretty sure it's them that's struggling in the Polish league right now. Let me just double check that right now. The Ekstraklasa. Yep, definitely them. They're way down in 17th. That's the relegation places. And they continue to struggle in the Europa League and the league there. So, hard luck, Legia Warsaw. I think y'all need to get knocked out of this competition so you could focus on not being relegated. And they're one of the top teams in Poland, by the way. But good stuff by Leicester City there as they go on top of the table. And Legia are last, but they could still actually go through to the round of 16, which is very, very crazy when you think about it. This group is tight. Spartak Moscow and Napoli played each other. And it's shocking to see Napoli in that position as well, where they lost 2-1 to Spartak on the day. So good stuff by Leicester, topping their group. At least they're doing a lot better than Tottenham Hotspur. All the Premier League teams have gone through to the round of 16 of the Champions League as well. And the teams in the Premier League and the Europa League are doing well. Only Tottenham are really struggling. They're really struggling. But there is a situation where Leicester could actually miss out on the round of 16, right? Where if they lose their next game and they play Napoli, Napoli will go ahead of them. And whoever wins the game against Spartak and Legia would also leapfrog Leicester. So Leicester, it's a must-win for them against Napoli. And we know what happened the last time they played Napoli. They give up the points from a winning position. I think they were 2-0 up, and they let Victor Osimhen came back and score some goals there. So not very good. Not very good game management by Leicester City. And they've been very sporadic in terms of their performances this season, both in the league and in the not the Champions League, but the Europa League. So that'll do it for this group, Group C, and we move right on to Group D, where Frankfurt definitely guaranteed a place in the next round, either as the preliminary place or at the top of the group. Olympiacos are second, still in with a shout to go into that direct round of 16 spot. Fenerbahce are third. Antwerp, very disappointing by them. They are last. So what happened in today's games? Frankfurt 2, Antwerp 2, Olympiacos 1, Fenerbahce 0. All right, so move on from this group. Galatasaray doing the damn business. They definitely in a position where they could top the group, but Lazio could also top the group as well. Marseille a third, they are eliminated. Lokomotiv Moscow last, eliminated. So what happened in today's games? Galatasaray 4, Marseille 2. Then we have Lokomotiv Moscow 0, Lazio 3. And I don't really want to get into these games, but I just want to see who scored. Arkadiusz Milik scored both goals for Marseille. Ryan Babos, Sofian Feghouli, Douye Chaleta Sarr, own goal, and Alexandru Shikaldao in the 12th minute for Galatasaray. Looking good, flying high, and a big win. Definitely a big win. And in the other game there, Lazio, who scored for them, Ciro Immobile with a brace, and Pedro in the 87th minute, the former Chelsea man there. So, all right, so that's a little update on those matches. I don't really want to go into every game, but for that one, I just give you a little extra there. You know what I'm saying? Group F, Crvena Zvezda on top the group. Braga second with 9 points. Midtjylland third with 8. Ludogorets eliminated. So Braga, Midtjylland, and Crvena Zvezda will be scrapping it out for those 2 places. What happened today? We had Midtjylland beating Braga 3-2. Wow. Midtjylland basically saved their Europe. Well, they remain alive with that win. Zvezda 1-0 over Ludogorets. So Ludogorets will play Midtjylland and Braga will play Zvezda. So Midtjylland have a very good, they're in a good position to move on. And they're locked out where they have Ludogorets, who basically are knocked out of the competition already. Braga, Crvena Zvezda. A draw would favor Zvezda, and Braga would be hoping that Ludogorets get something off Midtjylland. So that's Serbia versus Portugal again there, guys. Serbia might prevail again. Group G, Leverkusen. They will go on to top the group with a plus 10 goal difference. Betis a second. Betis will come in second in the group for sure. Celtic, hard luck. They lost today. Third, and Ferencváros without a point. What happened in today's games? We had Leverkusen 3, Celtic 2, Betis 2, Ferencváros 0. And we're going to keep it moving, The last group, Group H, where West Ham United have gone on to top the group with 13 points. And Dinamo Zagreb second with 7 points. Genk third with 5. Rapid Vienna with 3. Dinamo and Genk would scrap it out for that second place into the knockout stage, where they will go into the playoffs. So West Ham would definitely avoid a team coming down from the Champions League, and that's why it's important to top your group. What happened in the games that were played today? Dinamo 1, Genk 1, Rapid 0, West Ham 2. So let's find out what happened in that game. West Ham 2, Rapid 0. Andrei Yarmolenko in the 39th minute, and Mark Noble from the penalty spot in the 45th. Extra time there. So it's nice to see these guys like Yarmolenko and Mark Noble getting a run out, keeping the bench sharp for the Premier League matches. Guys like Nikola Vlasic, Manuel Lanzini, Mark Noble, Arthur Masuaku, Kufal, who's been out of favor since the rise of Ben Johnson, and Alphonse Areola getting a keep between the sticks. Issa Diop as well comes to mind, but Craig Dawson and Shusek, along with Jared Bowen, has been getting regular minutes in the Premier League this season. So Pablo Fornals off the bench, Ben Rama, Ryan Fredericks fit again, and the boy Alex Krall got a runner. So good win for West Ham as they go on to top the group into the next round. Let's see if West Ham could actually go on to win the Europa League. It's going to be tough, but I want to see West Ham versus one of these big guns that go down from the Premier League, the Champions League. Maybe an Atletico Madrid if they do go on, because I don't know. Really don't know. It's not looking good for them, and we're going to find out about Atletico Madrid pretty soon when we talk about the Champions League. So, big shout outs to everybody in the stream right now, man. Make sure you guys like the video. We've been live for 40 minutes already. Can't believe this. We got a long way to go, though. And we're just going through the Europa League, Conference League, and next the Champions League. So, yeah, let's do that. So that'll be it for the Europa League. In terms of the stats, who's scoring the goals in the Europa League right now? Who's scoring the goals? Carl Toko Ikambi with 6 goals. Patson Daka with 5. Galeno, Wenderson Galeno. Nice FIFA player. 5 goals. Sobolev, Spartak Moscow with 4. Osimhen with 4. Florian Wirtz with 3. Got Wirtz with 3 assists as well. Diaby, Iheanacho, Ricardo Horta, Mario Götze, and Victor Moses playing for Spartak these days. And most shots on target, Borja Iglesias. But he's not even in the, he's been getting a shot saved. Yeah, Morelos of Rangers, Daka, Toko Ikambi, Ilif Elmas, who's been ripping it up for North Macedonia, and Yota of Celtic. Got passing stats. Got a whole lot of stats. Won't be getting into all these stats, but if you do want to do a little bit of scouting, you could go and you could check out these stats if your club is looking for that defender, that quality midfield player. Just go, you got Becca here, play for Locomotive, tackles, maybe a defensive midfielder, balls recovered. You see what I'm saying? Very good place to go and do a little bit of scouting. So that'll do it for the Europa League. Big up everybody in the house right now. And we're going to find out who's going to go into the Europa League from the Champions League and so on and so forth. So without further ado, let's move on to the creme de la creme of European competitions. The Champions League. The Champions! All right. Guys, I was supposed to talk about this on Tuesday and on Wednesday. But, life happens. I decided not to. I could have. But I was damn exhausted, man. I'm telling you. So I didn't want to come and do a live stream, and in the middle of the live stream I'm thinking, why did I go live? I'm tired as hell. I just can't wait for this thing to be over. I don't want to do that. You see what I'm saying? You guys deserve an energetic Dom. You see what I mean? A fully committed Dom. And that's what I am today. I made sure I got some rest, and we're going to talk Champions League. And when we're done with this, we're going to move on to the Premier League. It's still early. We're going to get everything done. And if we have time, we'll check the other leagues too. I doubt we'll have time, but we're going to get everything covered tonight. All right. Make sure you're listening to the music in the background and making sure you enjoy that. Anyways, let's go. Let's talk Champions League here. Let's go group by group. Let's do an update on the Champions League group by group. And I'm going to give you my thoughts, whatever thoughts I have on each group, on each game. And then we're going to move right on. We're going to keep the ball rolling as well. So Group A, let's start with Group A, where Manchester City are confirmed winners of Group A. Congratulations to my boys, man. Congratulations to my boys. We have vanquished the mighty PSG. The PSG that everyone was talking up with Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe, Di Maria, Icardi, whatever player they have over there. We dealt with them. We dealt with them. Now, all that is left to do is to go on to win the whole damn Champions League, something that we failed to do last season when we got to the final. Let's make it happen this season. Let's shut up all the haters. Let's silence all the critics. Let's do it. We are City. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, man, but it feels good to beat PSG, though. It really feels good, man, after they whipped us over in Paris. We did the damn business over in Manchester. Look, City top of the group with 12 points. So far, one match did it go. PSG second with 8 points. They cannot top the group no more. Leipzig crawled from the dead to smash, to absolutely destroy Club Brugge. And Bruges at the bottom with 4 points. Still alive in terms of getting that Europa League spot. So those teams at the bottom will be scrapping it up for the Europa League spot. Paris Saint-Germain will move on to the round of 16 along with Manchester City in that very order. But in terms of the games, let's touch on the matches. Let's talk about the matches. And let's just give my thoughts. You know, you could give your thoughts in the comments below. Let's go. Leipzig 5, Club Brugge 0. While watching the City-Paris game, you know what I mean, I'm getting the updates, and I'm like, they say 1, they say 2, they say 3, and I'm like, God damn, how many more are you going to score? They say 4, and I thought that was it, but when I checked the score, it was actually 5. Well done Leipzig, man, well done. So, in terms of that game, let's just go through the scores and talk about, you know, who scored and so on and so forth. Christopher Nkunku, highly sought Leipzig striker in the 12th minute. Emil Forsberg from the penalty spot in the 17th. Andre Silva in the 26th. Forsberg again in the 45th. And Nkunku in extra time, 93rd minute goal to give Leipzig a 5-0, a resounding 5-0 win over Club Brugge, who has been rather, you know, good in the group stage so far. I'm really surprised they got battered like that, man. Seriously. But if you look at their previous game here against City, they got 4 put past them. So, you know, not City. They got 4 and 5. So, I don't know. They started the group very well with the draw against Paris, and they did pick up the win against Leipzig, but they've been firing blanks since then. So good stuff by Jesse Marsh's Leipzig. They won't go on to the next round, but they could stay alive and actually move into the Europa League, a competition that they will definitely fancy themselves winning. So congratulations. That's a huge win, man. Very big win. Didn't watch the game, so I can't go deeper into this at all. But I'm pretty sure that the Bruges defense was actually non-existent on the day. Or maybe we're just seeing that Julian Nagelsmann Leipzig, right? Maybe that's what it is. Most likely. Not maybe, most likely. But let's talk about the big game, man. Man City 2. Let's just talk about this. We gotta get the visuals of this game. Man City 2, PSG 1. Look, it was total dominance in this game by City in terms of the first half. But the usual story of our lives, dominating games and not scoring. And it's very frustrating as a City fan. I gotta tell you, very frustrating, man. Very frustrating. And I had there was a bit of technical difficulties on the Peacock app that I was actually watching the game on. And I checked Twitter and I saw that many other people had problems with the app. So I missed like the back end of the first half, like maybe a couple minutes. And then early in the second half, when I did get back the footage, I was actually watching two games this is how crazy it was yesterday. I was watching two games at the same time, the City game and the Liverpool game on two phones. I was tethering the internet from one phone, and for some reason the Liverpool game did not go out, but the City game went out. And the City game went out from my phone that had the cellular coverage. And the other phone is what the internet, it was feeding the internet, from my main phone, right? And I'm like, how is this? How is this? My game is off. And I didn't want to touch the other phone because I'm like, if I touch the other phone, I won't get to watch any of the games, right? And then I did a switch and I got the City game where the Liverpool game was playing. And I just tried something because I'm like, nah. I have to sacrifice this Liverpool game right now. They're beating Porto. Porto is they're like a walk in the park. So I did ended up getting to watch both games again. And when I did get the footage back, I'm like, God damn, we conceded. I didn't see the goal, but it was one of those moments where teams just get in behind and they get an opportunity and Mbappe scored, right? And celebrated. And I checked my Twitter today and I saw that my girl Yannicka said that Mbappe, she was at the game and Mbappe celebrated in front of her. So big up to Yan City as well. And she told Mbappe to F off and he nodded. I was like, that must have been a great experience for her. So we had to come back in the game, a game that we were actually dominating. And this is what I actually hate about City. We dominate a match, and then the team comes from nowhere and score a goal. But I'm telling you, the way we scored that goal, man, absolutely ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. That ball over to Walker and that, the layoff to Sterling that got that PSG defense in a spot about and Sterling with the tap in. Great. You see what I'm saying? They checked it for offside, of course. It was clean. And then that Gabriel Jesus goal, oh my God, that goal is out of this world, man. Bernardo Silva, bro, I'm telling you, that the way he just laid that off to Jesus, man, is just absolutely brilliant, man. Listen, Joao Cancelo, I don't know what more to say about this guy, man. I don't know what it is, man, but Joao Cancelo is City's best player by far this season. Joao Cancelo. Pep even found a way to fit Zinchenko in the team. He did get a few shots off. I could remember they were blocked and everything. But each man went out there, did their thing. Gundogan. Oh, man. Gundogan. It's that, look, Gundogan running that ball down with the pace and just retrieving that ball. And I'm telling you, man, listen, this team is a special team, man. I wasn't really convinced by the 11, to be honest. I thought would have got a draw at most, but listen, man, gotta trust Pep a little bit more, man, because that goal, exquisite, man. It was just exquisite, mouth-watering football played by City on the day. Simple. I can't put it any other way. Mouth-watering stuff, man. Mouth-watering stuff, and we deserve the win, big time. I gotta say, PSG, they look good, but Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe does not help out enough. They really don't help out enough in terms of defense, and that is what's hurting PSG. Every City player is expected to work hard, and I think that is something that with Pep and Aguero, that's where they had their differences. Pep needed Aguero to work off the ball, and he wasn't that type of player to do so, but he started to. You see what I mean? Pep needs every single one of his players to be working on and off the ball. Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe do not work well when they do not have the ball. But when they do have the ball, they're magicians. They're masterful. You see what I'm saying? They're majestic. But off the ball, oh, man, very, very ugly, man. Very ugly. They're passengers. They just stand up and they just watch things happen. And if they do help out, very sloppy too. Very, very sloppy. So, look, just to talk about that Gundogan goal again, man. That not the Gundogan goal. The hard work done by Gundogan for that second goal. And that Mahrez ball over to Bernardo. And the way he faked like he was going to hit the shot. And he laid it off for Gabriel Jesus. And Jesus just did the rest. It was just simply exquisite football, man. And I have to rave on. I definitely got to rave on about my boys because they were absolutely amazing. And to beat a team with Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe in there, that's no easy feat. To keep them quiet, that's no easy feat as well. I know there might be a little bit of, lack of chemistry in the PSG team. These guys might throw the team off in terms of, for example, like the managers. The manager really, what is the manager going to tell Messi? You see what I'm saying? What is he going to tell Neymar? What is he going to tell Mbappe? These guys are stars. So Pochettino has a very, very tough job. And I won't be surprised if Pochettino leaves this PSG team and goes to Man United. Because he's like, listen, man, I can't with these guys. These guys are too big for me. I'm out of here. You see what I'm saying? I'm out of here. Let me go to my dream job, Manchester United. These guys are way too much for me, man. Too big. Way too big. And I think that's where we won the game. We won the game because we were fearless against Messi, fearless against Mbappe, fearless against Neymar. But to be frank, though, in the return leg, when they did get the opportunities, they hit us hard. They really hit us hard. That Idrissa Gueye goal and that Messi goal, they were exquisite goals. But you just have to stifle their players. You have to close them down. You got to work hard off the ball, and you got to disrupt their game, and that is how you beat them, man. And when you do have the ball, you have to work your magic as well. So it sucks that we had to fight and come from behind, but it's really good that we did. Quality performance by City, and they go on to the round of 16 for yet another season, where they will go straight into the final and win the Champions League for the first time ever. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Keylor Navas was in goal, by the way, for PSG. Donnarumma was in goal the last time we played them, and he was absolutely fantastic. So it's a great thing that Poch made that change, and we didn't have to deal with Donnarumma again. But good stuff, man. Good stuff by Pep. City win the group, but PSG, they progress as well. It's nice to see that Gabriel Jesus got a goal, and Sterling scoring in back-to-back games as well. That will do a whole lot of good for his confidence. Pep is a weird guy. Because what's going to happen is Sterling is going to start playing every game, and we might get the old Sterling back. Grealish is injured. Grealish might find it very hard to get back in the team with Sterling playing like this. Sterling may actually change his mind and not leave City. You see what I'm saying? I still want him to leave, but I've had enough of Sterling and missing big chances. See what I mean? So let's see what happens. But big win nevertheless by City to wrap up Group A. That's my thoughts. Guys, what are you saying? Lennon Sweet. Manchester United have interim manager Rangnick, 6 months. He's going to be sporting director after. I saw that, that in the news, but I didn't see that it was official as yet. We will talk about that a little later when we get to Man United. We still have a lot to go. Let's just run through these Champions League games, these groups. We have 7 more groups to go through, guys. We're going to be here for a while tonight, all right? So let's not waste no more time. It's 9:29 local time, and we're done with Group A. Let's move on to Group B. All right, Group B. Big up to Liverpool. I got to say, big up to them because I didn't predict them to top the group. The team that I predicted to top the group are actually way down at the bottom of the pile, right? And that's Atletico Madrid. Porto are second. I don't know how they're second, but they're second. Listen, This group is a weird group, right? Because we thought that this was the group of death. This is actually a group of life. Yeah, life for Liverpool, because they won 5 out of 5. They scored 15, only conceded 5, and all the other teams have played like shit, basically, right? For the lack of a better word. Porto is second with 5 points, Milan are third with 4 points, and Atletico Madrid are last with 4 points, which means that all 3 of those teams could still go into the round of 16. All 3 of these teams could still go into the Europa League. Who's it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? Listen, if you're Milan, you know what I mean, you didn't luck out, man. You didn't luck out because you got to play Liverpool. Atletico Madrid will play Porto. That'll be a good clash. That'll be a really, really good clash. So let's take a look at what happened in these games on the 5th day of proceedings. Atletico Madrid 0, AC Milan 1. I actually saw the highlights for this game, and I gotta say that was a really, really good goal scored there by AC Milan. Really good goal. Think they deserve the win. Definitely deserve the win. So Junior Messias in the 87th minute. That was actually the first time I heard of that player. And pardon me if I never heard of the player, but AC Milan did deserve the win on the day. Didn't watch the game, only watched the highlights. And I'm remembering I watched the highlights before I fell asleep last night. So can't remember every single thing what happened in the highlights. But all I know, I was definitely impressed with what AC Milan did on the day. And good goal, man. Good goal. Really good crossing. And really good leap to head past Jan Oblak. The way the cross came in between those two players, absolutely ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. There's a player at Atletico Madrid, not Atletico Madrid, but AC Milan that I want as well. Theo Hernandez. You need a left back over at City, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Theo Hernandez. So, Frank Kessié, who was a highly sorted midfielder as well. That was his crossing for Junior Messias' header. The only goal of the game in the 87th minute. So good stuff for Atletico, AC Milan. They actually saved the season with that win, actually. Because if that game ended in a draw, it means that Atletico Madrid would have gone up to 5 points. And Milan would have been on 2 points. And it would have been, tough to beat Liverpool. Right now, if they get a draw, they could still get Europa League, or they could still get even, a draw would put them up to 5 points. So they would get Europa League at most with a draw, because their goal difference is better than both Atletico Madrid's and Porto. So a draw against Liverpool, it's going to be hard, but it is definitely possible. Definitely possible. And let's see what happened. Let us see what happened. That game would actually be in Milan as well. So you have the stage set for you to go and beat Liverpool, where they will rotate like they did on match day 5. But even though they rotated, it doesn't mean that they're going to be easy to beat. We've learned that already, right? We definitely did. So Atletico Madrid, man, I've been really disappointed with them, though. Really, I don't understand. They may find a way to actually get into the round of 16, right? They're that type of team that would actually win the game against Porto and move on ahead of Porto. But we also know that Porto is that team. We know that Porto is that team that could impress as well. So it could go anyway. But let's talk about this game. Liverpool 2, Porto 0. I think Porto did well in the first half, and they should have taken those opportunities that they had. They had a few, 3, I think, to score in the first half. Didn't take their chances, man. Really didn't take their chances. And when you play against a team like Liverpool, you got to take your chances. They had 9 shots, 1 on target. They had 41% of the ball. That's a lot of the ball against a rotated Liverpool team. You have to take your chances. And just to talk about Liverpool and their rotated team, Nico Williams at right back. He's been doing very well for the Wales national team, so he's been rewarded. I gotta say, I've been impressed with Kostas Tsimikas. I remember when Liverpool signed him, I called him an average player. And to be honest though, he was an average player when he was signed. Seriously, I think he's really improved. I gotta give him the credit. He really improved though. He really improved. So credit to Tsimikas, man. He's been whipping in some deadly balls, and he's been good. I could go as far as to say that Tsimikas has actually been better than Robertson this season, and he deserves a run in the team. Some may not agree, but I'm pretty sure that most will. Tsimikas has been really good. So Konate, Matip got the look in. Van Dijk got to rest, and I'm pretty sure he was actually on the bench kicking. You know those kicks that you do when you're playing FIFA, when you're like, you're kicking, but you're not in the game, but you're still kicking. You know what I mean? He must have been doing that. Tyler Martin, he's been getting a lot of game time lately, and it seems like he's another youngster that Klopp is going to blood from the academy, along with the likes of Trent, Nico Williams, Curtis Jones, Harvey Elliott comes to mind. Reece Williams come to mind. These guys that Klopp have promoted from the academy and that have really, impressed for the most part. So, yeah. Tyler Martin, and I could remember him getting a goal, a really good clearance when there was a square in the box when Taremi had a chance to shoot, and he squared, and there was Tyler Martin there to kick the ball away. So yeah, he's playing a defensive midfield position there. Oxlade-Chamberlain have been very good, I have to say. Thiago Alcantara, garbage last season. But for the last couple games that I've seen him in, I'm going to keep it real. Thiago have played well. He has really played well, man. And you guys know me. If a player's not playing well, I'm going to say it. If he is, even though I talk a lot of shit about Thiago last season, he has been good this season, though. Got to keep it real. And talk about good. 52nd minute goal. Thiago. Lord Jesus Christ. What a goal. That was absolutely exquisite. That was exquisite. That's how you hit a ball. That is how you hit a ball. That is how you hit a ball. And this is what the Google summary says. Thiago scores. And what a goal it was. Oxlade-Chamberlain's free kick is a poor one, and it's cleared by Mbemba at the front of the crowd. It rolls out to Thiago, who is a long way out, and he hits it sweetly with the outside of his boot on the half volley. It rockets past Diego Costa, who can do nothing as it nestles in the bottom corner. 1-0 for Liverpool. Yeah, that sums it up, because that was a rocket, bro. I'm telling you, that was a rocket. And what is good about the goal is just the technique to keep the ball down and to get the power on the ball as well. That ball was flat. That was flat. And it just sailed over the freaking grass. I'm pretty sure if they go back and they check the grass right now, it's burnt. Pretty sure. That was a damn good goal. That was a good goal. Coming from a City fan, that was a good goal. Really enjoyed that goal. So 1-0 for Liverpool there. And after that, it seems like Porto just fell apart, man. I don't know what it is. And I got a message from my boy Qatar. He says, who lives in England. He said that for some reason when Porto plays against Liverpool, it's like they become a second division team. Seriously. It was very easy in the second half. Mo Salah, who before that goal in the 78th minute didn't get a chance at goal. He was in the game, but he wasn't really like in the game. You see what I'm saying? It's like he was there, but he wasn't really there. And he got a chance there. Mane was in the game. I think Mane had scored a goal, if I could recall. That was chalked off, right? Am I right about that? I can't even remember everything that happened in this game. But Takumi Minamino did get a run out as well, which was merited. But Salah's goal was a good one, and they had to check it. Was deemed legal. Marginally, VAR had to check in terms of offside, but it was another good Salah goal. Another good Salah goal. Really good goal. Low down to the keeper's left. And good stuff. 2-0 to Liverpool. It was a dominant performance in the second half. First half, I think Porto held their own. But the second half, Liverpool really came to life and they put out a good showing. I was actually saying to myself, look at this, right? Liverpool are not even trying to win. They didn't try. It's like they didn't try. They rotated the team because they had already topped the group, which is a great choice made by Klopp. I think Klopp learned. I think he learned. He learned. We could say he learned now. But if, for example, a player like Mane or Salah had got injured in the game, yeah, Liverpool fans would say, yeah, look at what you did. Remember what happened against Midtjylland the last time around? But it's unfair in a way. But we do have to criticize Klopp for these things. Because, for example, what if in the game against AC Milan, you can't expect Liverpool to go in with a U team, right? You would expect them to compete even though it's like the game would have no consequence to whether they move on or not, or whether they come in second or first in the group. So it's a way, you know what I mean? That's just the way things go, and that's just the way we have to analyze it. If Klopp does go and play a full-strength team against AC Milan and two players get injured, then people would say, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. But if he then goes and plays a full-strength team and destroy AC Milan, everybody would say, yay, right? So it's pretty weird. It is pretty weird. Pretty weird when it comes to analyzing these things. But good win for Liverpool, nevertheless, as they continue to dominate the group. I think Porto, very, very poor in the game. Could have done a lot better. And they find themselves in a scrap on the last day to get round of 16 or to even stay in Europe. So that's my thoughts. Well played, Liverpool. They, of course, we know move on to the next round, and we know Porto have to scrap it out. So you can see the summary. Superb goal sees Reds win again. Thiago Alcantara and Salah net. Porto stay second despite loss. That's how weird this group has been. Porto lost. They're still second. And AC Milan rise from the dust to go into third. So let's just go back here and we're going to just touch on the next fixtures. As you guys could see here, we have Milan versus Liverpool and Porto versus Atletico Madrid. So with Porto hosting, well, they have it set up for them to get something from the game, and Milan could get something from Liverpool as well. So what are you guys saying in the chat? Big up to everybody in the stream right now. Thank you very much. We got Prime Time in here. We got Dane Richards, Jamal Warren, everybody, man. Steve. Who else we got in here, man? Jove O'Hara. Did I shout you out yet? King FF. We got the boy Thriller. Ajax to make the semis. Calling it now. What else we got? What else we got, man? Who else we got here? Damn, which goal was better? Rodri's rocket or Thiago's bullet? Both are Spaniards, though. But look, in the circumstance of the game, I gotta say Rodri, though. Both were good goals. But I gotta say, Rodri's rocket was very unexpected, man. That was unexpected. Both are very, very good goals. Very, very good goals. But Liverpool, they didn't really have anything to play for. And for City, look, man, it was Rodri's goal came at a time when we needed to score. So that was a brilliant goal. That was absolutely a brilliant goal by Rodri. Thiago's goal is a classic too. So it's really hard to separate both goals. But look, I'm gonna have to give it to Rodri. Not because he's a City player, but I think the Rodri goal was actually a better one. Both very good, but Rodri, that was nice, man. That was nice. So we move on to Group C. I gotta give it to Ajax, man. Coming from behind once again to win the game. This is a match I was actually watching because it was an early kickoff. And I gotta give it to Besiktas. They held their own in this game. They scored first, and they looked good. They looked like they were about to get something. But when Sebastian Halle, if you hear me, came on, it was game over for Besiktas, man. So Ajax go on to top the group. 5 games, 5 wins, just like Liverpool in Group B. Sporting, I have to give it to Sporting, man. Gotta give it to Sporting, as they will qualify to the round of 16 because remember, there's no away goals rule. It's head-to-head, and they have a better head-to-head than Dortmund. And disappointingly, Dortmund would go into the Europa League, which might not be a bad thing for them at all. Marco Rose, I don't know, man. You haven't done a good job there. But going back to Sporting, man. Sporting, the way they started was horrible, but they have really bounced back. And I think the reason for that is Pedro Gonçalves. It's Pedro Gonçalves. Since he's fit again, they've been picking up wins. But Dortmund, without Erling Haaland, it seems, without Jadon Sancho, they've been struggling, man. They've really been struggling. Besiktas, they really struggled with injuries, and I think that's what hampered their chances in the group, losing all 5 games. They did have a fit squad for the game against Ajax, but quality of Ajax just prevailed in the end. So take a look at the group details here. And let's do something fun in this group. Let's just go through all the results. Besiktas 1, Dortmund 2. Sporting 1, Ajax 5. And that's what I say about Sporting. You got to give it to them for bouncing back. Ajax 2, Besiktas 0. And look at what happened here in match day 2. Dortmund 1, Sporting 0. So Sporting lost their first 2 games, but bounced back in the games against Besiktas and then against Dortmund there. So Sporting 4, Besiktas 1, Ajax 4, Dortmund 0. Sporting 4, Besiktas 0. And Ajax 3, Dortmund 1. Ajax came from behind to win that game as well, and came from behind to beat Besiktas 2-1 and Sporting 3-1 over Dortmund. Let's take a look at the Sporting CP3 Dortmund 1 fixture here. Let's just take a look at that, and we'll just go through the goal scorers and all of that good stuff. So Pedro Gonçalves in the 30th minute, and then again in the 39th. What a player. I think they'll do very good to hold on to him next summer. But if you ask me, just like Bruno Fernandes, he's gone, man. He's gone because he's the reason they won the title last season. He was absolutely amazing last season, and he got injured. I'm surprised that no one picked him up last summer. But next summer, I'm pretty sure he's a goner, man. So I know Sporting fans are going to be watching the video, and they're going to be like, oh, no, he's not. Relax. He's getting sold. He's getting sold. He is getting sold. Emre Can, what a player. Sent off in the 74th minute. Pedro Porro in the 81st. From what I know, he's on loan from City. They want to buy him, but I've seen something came in and say that they can't afford him. But if they do sell Pedro Gonçalves, they will be able to buy a Pedro Porro. But other clubs are interested in Pedro Porro's services. I doubt he'll come back to City because he's a right back. We got so many right backs, man. Listen, why he couldn't be a left back, bro? Daniel Malin, who's been rather lackluster since his move to Dortmund, scored in the 93rd minute there. Merely a consolation goal. So good stuff. Good stuff. And Sporting at home, even with 35% of the ball, they ended up winning the game. And I think they ended up getting 35% of the ball because, look, you scored 2 early goals, 30th and 39th minute. You don't need to go crazy when you're in a position to, just defend and hold what you own and go on to win the game and go on to the round of 16. So congratulations to Sporting CP. I gotta say, I am happy for Sporting, even though I did not predict them to get out the group. I really didn't. I gotta keep it 100. Didn't predict them to get out the group at all. But they have done so, and I gotta give them the congrats, definitely. So, yeah, let's move on to the next game in this group, the big one. Gotta say big because Ajax have been big in the group, man. They have been really big, man. And I can't even I think I predicted Ajax to come in second and behind Dortmund. Dortmund gotta be the most disappointing team on planet Earth, though. Because whenever they make the signings that they do, you say, oh, okay, Dortmund could actually compete in the Bundesliga. Nothing like that. Nothing like that is happening. Nothing like that. Maybe they need Klopp again. Maybe that's the only way they'll actually compete for the title against Bayern Munich, man, because it's been the Bayern Liga for quite some time. So let's just talk about this game, man. Gotta give it to Ajax. Ten Hag, very, in high demand. He's been linked with a move to Man United. But if I'm keeping it real, man, when Pep leaves, I would actually love Ten Hag to come over to Manchester City. So listen, this is my message to Eric Ten Hag. This is my message to Ten Hag. I clicked the wrong thing there, but this is my message to Ten Hag. Whenever you see your voice, your not the voice, even the voicemail or whatever, but whenever you see your caller ID says Manchester United, don't answer. Send it to voicemail or even hang up, okay? And preferably hang up on the first ring, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ten Hag. Come over to City. They'll treat you a lot better. All right, let's talk Ajax. Rashid Ghazal, 22nd minute penalty. Ajax struggled a bit in the match for, they struggled. I think Benfica looked good in the first half. And the lead was merited. Ajax really, they weren't their fluid selves. But as soon as Sebastian Haller came on, I think he came on for Darami. Darami, I think he got his first start. He looked good as well. He looked good, the Danish international. And you take a look at the lineup here. Darami, Tadic, Neres. It's nice to see Neres fit again, by the way. You have Gravenberg, Borghaus, Klaassen, Mazrui, Schurz, Onana back in goal. He won't renew because he's already there's already an agreement that he would move on after the season ends because of the controversy around him and all. He got banned. Tagliafico, Lisandro Martinez, right? Quality team still, but Ajax I think went a bit easy, if you ask me. Cause Darami haven't been playing, but resting guys like Blind usually plays. You check the bench really quick. Think we've been seeing a lot of Timber. Haller also rested. So look, it's the right thing. It's the right thing. And there's a few players coming through, like Timber, Wrench. He's a player we gotta keep our eyes on as well. The Taylor kid, I don't know. Kenneth Taylor, I don't know too much about. But the game changed when Sebastian Haller came on. And when he scored the first goal, I don't know what is going on with Haller, though. He doesn't celebrate that much. Like, he just scores and he just says, okay, like, he's so nonchalant with it, man. But it's crazy how he just turned around his career after he flopped at West Ham. Really good at Frankfurt, by the way. That year, they ripped it up at Frankfurt. And then big money moved to West Ham, flopped. Ajax bought him in, and I was like, yeah, that's a weird transfer. But he's been ripping it up in the Eredivisie and in the Champions League. And he now has 9 goals in the Champions League, which is absolutely amazing, though. Absolutely amazing. But I think his rationale for moving to Ajax when Ajax came calling was, okay, if I go to Ajax, I'll play in the Champions League. Yeah, why not? See what I'm saying? Why not? Why not? Why not? So you got to give it to Sebastian Halle, if you hear me, but also for Erik ten Hag for seeing the need to bring him on when he did. And they dazzled in the second half and picked up another win from behind to stay top of the group, of course. And he checked the perfect, man. Perfect. 16 goals scored, only 3 conceded. Defense have done really well, and attack has been magnificent. So 15 points, no losses, no draws, all wins. It's going to be interesting to see who they get in the round of 16, though. Would they want PSG? Would they want PSG, guys? You never. Maybe they fancy beating PSG. Maybe Ajax would have another run. Maybe they have another run to the semi-final like they did a few seasons ago when they were knocked out by Tottenham. That was supposed to be Ajax versus Liverpool that year in the final. But actually, that was actually supposed to be Ajax versus Barcelona in the final, right? But you know what happened. Anyways, we know what happened. We know what happened. And I don't want to take the Barcelona fans down memory lane again. But Liverpool did go on to win that one, as we know. Remember, Tottenham, they came from behind to beat Ajax as well. Lucas Moura with the hat-trick in the semi-final. And what did Pochettino do? Dropped him for the final, of course. Brought in Harry Kane, and the rest is history. So, well played, Ajax. They go on to the round of 16. Sporting as well. And Dortmund go into the Europa League. Besiktas out. So let's just move and go back and move on to the next group. So big up to everybody in here right about now. Make sure you guys smash the thumbs up button for the stream. It's a marathon one tonight. Hopefully I do get through it. But we will. We're doing Champions League, Europa League, Europa Conference League, and Premier League in today's episode. And it's still the warm-up. This has been the longest warm-up ever, man. But it is the warm-up. So let's move on to the next group, and that's Group D. We won't be talking too about these groups for a very, very, very long time, because when I check my analytics and everything, we don't really get too much feedback from these groups. So we won't be going too in-depth in the other groups. Not at all. Maybe the Man United group, but the other ones we're just going to run through, and we're going to keep it moving briefly. So Group D, Real Madrid, they got 12 points, but they are not confirmed group winners as yet, as Inter has 10, and they could actually leapfrog Real Madrid. Sheriff, however, I'm very happy for Sheriff. That brilliant start to the group stage when they beat Real Madrid and beat Shakhtar have ensured that they actually got a place in the Europa League playoff. So that is pretty good. So they will go down into the Europa League. They will play the team that come in second in their group in the Europa League, and a chance to be in the round of 16 of that competition. So I'm happy. They deserve it. They really deserve it, though. I'm disappointed that they couldn't move on to the Champions League round of 16 and continue the fairy tale, but it is what it is. Shakhtar, very disappointing from them this season. And who knows, man, the manager there, Roberto De Zerbi, is he still in charge? He probably got sacked after this horrible showing in the Champions League. He probably still in charge. But yeah, let's just take a look at what happened in this group on match day 5. Real Madrid 3, Sheriff 0. Inter 2, Shakhtar Donetsk 0. So in terms of the goal scorers here, Inter, Edin Dzeko, he scored in the 61st and the 67th minute. This man isn't slowing down even at the age of about, what is he now, 35? He just keeps scoring them for fun, man. So nice to see the former City man doing well at both Roma and at Inter, his new club. And you give Inter a place into the round of 16, which is absolutely awesome. So good stuff there. We'll talk about the next game. I'm going to move on. Shakhtar, as I said, very disappointing. And we know they always do well for the most part, at least come in third. But don't know what happened with them this season whatsoever. So for the next game, Real Madrid 3, David Alaba in the 30th minute, Toni Kroos in the 45th, and Karim Benzema in the 55th minute. I got this girl on my Facebook, right? One of my Facebook friends, right? She's always celebrating Real Madrid wins. And she's like celebrating Real Madrid beating Sheriff. And I said, girl, calm down. Calm down. You're supposed to beat Sheriff. You see what I'm saying? You're celebrating a Sheriff win. Like, come on, man. You're supposed to beat this team. You feel me? Stop. Stop it. So it will be Real versus Inter at the Santiago Bernabeu in Madrid. Shakhtar Donetsk will play Sheriff in what's potentially a dead rubber game because Sheriff will go on to the Europa League preliminary playoff as well. So preliminary for the round of 16. So that's it for that group, and we move on to Group E. Bayern Munich, absolutely ridiculous. 5 games, 5 wins, 19 goals scored, 3 conceded, 15 points. But this game is not the game where we have the talking points and things like that. But I got to give it to Kiev. They really fought. They fought in this game. I got to give it to them. They weren't blown away. And they put up a quality showing. 2-1. But Robert Lewandowski in the snow. In the snow. It's like, it is so theatric, man. So theatric. In the snow. Brilliant overhead bicycle kick goal, man. The ball ricocheted off of a Dynamo Kiev player, bounced up nicely to Lewandowski. And I was like, oh my God. That was an absolutely ridiculous goal. Give the man the Ballon d'Or, please. Just give him the Ballon d'Or, man. Stop playing around with Lewandowski and give him the Ballon d'Or, please. Could somebody stop? Give him the Ballon d'Or. Just give it to him. He deserves it. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous goal. See what I mean? To pull it off, the timing, to get it on target and everything, and to beat the goalkeeper. Wow. That was good. That was good. We had some good goals. We had some good games. We had some really funny moments though. Funny. We get to it. I know you guys are waiting for me to talk about that. But Kingsley Coman in the 42nd minute, quality player there. Coman, once he's fit, you know, he's had injury problems. Dennis Harmash came off the bench to score in the 70th minute, and Kiev did have a few chances to equalize here. Could remember Neuer coming up with a huge save on one occasion. Kiev fought. They really fought. And you don't always hear people say things like that in the group stages when it comes to Bayern Munich. They usually blow everybody away. But Kiev really put up a fight in this match, though. So they ought to be proud of themselves. Definitely ought to be proud of themselves. That was actually the first goal scored as well in the competition. So that's a big achievement on its own right there. They will, however, not move on to the Europa League, nor to the round of 16, but they did their thing still. They tried. They really tried. You see what I mean? They tried. They tried. Big up to the boy Mircea Lucescu, the vampire from Romania as well, who is currently 76 years old. I cannot believe this guy still manages, you know. I really can't. Really can't. So, gotta give it to Lucescu. Definitely. So, look, well played, Bayern Munich. I expected you to win the game. You have won all 5 of your matches, even the one against Barcelona. And it brings us to the match. Barcelona 0, Benfica 0 at the Camp Nou. Stage was set for Barcelona to do the business and knock Benfica out. But Benfica is still alive. They have, listen, Benfica, you should have knocked out Barcelona. I don't have no explanation for what. I really don't have no explanation for what I saw in that game. I don't. Well, Benfica would have just gone up to 7 points, right? Barcelona would have remained on 6. With Bayern to play Barcelona, and Benfica would have had a much better goal difference. Benfica, you would have practically got a foot into the round of 16, right? But come on, man. Come on. Barcelona, they did play well. I like that youngster Yusuf Demir hit the crossbar. I think he had a shot saved as well. And Ronald Arroyo had a great opportunity. Barcelona looked bright under Xavi, his first Champions League match in charge. But Benfica, man, how did Haris Seferovic how did Seferovic, listen, how did Seferovic not score? How did Seferovic not score though? Like, that was just set up nicely to just run up, go around the keeper, put it in the back of the net, and just celebrate in front of the Barcelona faithfuls, rub it in, and go back to Portugal and you feel good. You beat Barcelona. But goddamn, Seferovic, that was horrible, man. Darwin Núñez with the pass to Seferovic. And all Seferovic was to do was pass the ball back over to Núñez, who was screaming for it. I don't know how he got the shot off target, though. I don't know. Went around the goalkeeper, did everything right, and did not get the shot on target. That was one of the worst misses of all time. And when you consider the circumstances in the group and everything, serious repercussions have to come from this. Seriously. I just hope Kiev plays out their skin and gets something against Benfica, because they do not deserve to go. They do not deserve to go on to the round of 16 after that miss there. Haris Seferovic should actually get fined. He should be fined. He should be docked 85% of his match fee for that. And when they go to training, he should do 100 laps around the training pitch, because that was awful, man. That was awful. That was absolutely awful. Barcelona should have been in third right now. They should have been in third. But they did what they had to do. They get a point, and their destiny is in their own hands. But you don't want no destiny in your own hand when you're coming up against Bayern Munich. Against anybody else, but against Bayern Munich, no. Let's just go back. Let's go back. I want to talk about something briefly when it comes to Barcelona, though, right? Nico Gonzalez, Ronald Arroyo, Yusuf Demir, Gavi. I like what's happening here. You can see the headlines here. Headlines in Portugal. Like, listen, Jorge Jesus, he couldn't actually believe what he had just seen. He was losing it. You see what I'm saying? He was losing it, man. He was losing it. But I like what's going on here, though. I really like what's going on here with this Barcelona setup. And also, big up to my boy. Listen, you're not my boy. I'm not going to be fake here. I wanted you out of City, but big up to Otamendi, though. Otamendi was good in this game. Even Memphis had a few chances to run in behind, and Otamendi did really good. Got to give it to Otamendi in this game. He was awesome. He was definitely awesome. Definitely really good, man. Everton didn't have a good game. I don't know what has really become of Everton. He has declined, though. He used to be much better at Grêmio. He used to play for Brazil and all. Not in the Brazilian team these days. But we go down to this Barcelona team, man. You see this team, I'm telling you, not Eric Garcia. But I'm telling you, with these youngsters like a Mingueza, with Dest, and you know, you have Dembele is still a very good player when he's fit. Listen, this Balde kid as well. Pedri, when he's ready to come back in the setup, I'm telling you, this Barcelona team with Trincao as well, when he comes back from loan, this Barcelona team could be a hell of a team in the future, man. I gotta listen. They just have to be patient and give Xavi the time and just work with him. Barcelona could definitely get back to greatness. But that's my thoughts for this group, and we're gonna keep it moving. Definitely gonna keep it moving. How's everybody feeling in here right about now? Guys, big up to everybody. Make sure you smash the thumbs up button if you haven't yet done so. We'll definitely appreciate that. And big up to my boy Liam here, guys. You know what I'm saying? Big up to my boy Liam, who's napping in the background here. You know, you guys could spot him there. You know what I mean? The shout out to him. Fast asleep in dreamland. I'm supposed to be hiding him with my mic, but I got a little carried away there. Sorry, Liam, to expose you like that, bro. But yeah, let us keep it moving. Let us keep it moving, though. You gotta keep it moving. Let's run through these rest groups. Group F. Man United will go on to the round of 16 without a doubt. Don't know if they'll top the group yet, but I'm pretty sure they'll go on to top the group because Villarreal are acting as if they want Europa League. That's what they want. Listen, Unai Emery wants to be in the Europa League so bad, he can't even hide it, man. He can't hide it because they look good in the game against United and then allow United to come and win the game. I'm like, Jesus Christ, these guys are something else, man. You see what I'm saying? These guys are something else. But you got to give it to David De Gea, man. You got to give it to De Gea. We got to that game. But Villarreal are second, Atalanta third, and Young Boys, who are still alive in terms of getting a Europa League spot, right? To go down into that preliminary playoff there for the round of 16. I don't think they'll get into the round of 16 even with a win. They would need a massive win against, I think they play Villarreal, if I'm not mistaken. No, they play United. They play United. Could remember that now. And Villarreal play Atalanta. So they would need to beat United again, and they would need Atalanta to well, if Atalanta does beat Villarreal, Atalanta would get the spot. So they need they won't get it. They won't get it. Anyway you put it, Young Boys won't get into the round of 16. The best bet is to get that Europa League spot. But let's talk Europa League. For Young Boys, they need Villarreal to lose big, and they need to actually beat Man United. So they need to win the game or no Europa League chance for them. So let's just touch on these games, man. Young Boys 3, Atalanta 3. And very disappointing stuff from Atalanta there, though, because they had the lead. They had the lead, and they allowed Young Boys to come back in the game, and they just kept allowing them to get back in the game. So Duvan Zapata in the 10th minute, Jordan Sibachu in the 39th, and then Jose Luis Palomino with a wicked left-footed shot in the 51st minute, and then Vincent Sierra in the 80th. There were some good goals in this game as well. And then Sylvan Hefty, that was a brilliant goal in the 84th. And then with his first kick of the game, Luis Muriel came off the bench to put away a free kick in the 88th minute. So 1 point apiece. Atalanta still very much alive. And as you can tell there, they will play Villarreal at home, where I'm pretty sure they will beat. Maybe I'm not 100% sure, but what happened in the first game between these two teams? It was a draw. But I'm pretty sure Atalanta are beating Villarreal. Villarreal are going into the Europa League. That's where they want to be. I kid you not, that's where Unai Emery wants to be, in the Europa League. So, that's what's going to happen. That is exactly what's going to happen. So, here we have Atalanta, Villarreal, United play Young Boys, but United are into the round of 16 definitely. So let's just touch on that game, United versus Villarreal there. As I said, Villarreal could have gotten something out of this game. They were not bad at all. 13 shots, 3 on target. But David De Gea, oh man, I'm telling you, man, Trigueros should have scored. And there was another, Moy Gomez should have scored. But it was David De Gea. And he has been good for United this season. He has saved United on multiple occasions. And he kept them in the game here to allow Cristiano Ronaldo to score late, 78th minute. And that was actually a gift by Villarreal as well. Poor ball out by Geronimo Rui, former City man. I don't know why he did that. But poor ball, and Capuy, he just slept on the ball. Big up to Fred though. Fred was very good in this game. He stole the ball, give it to Ronaldo, and Ronaldo chipped the goalkeeper. Jadon Sancho in the 90th minute. Another giveaway by Villarreal deep in United's territory. And it was Fred again who stole the ball away. Great movement. And then Bruno Fernandes laying off the ball to Sancho to score his first goal in United's colors. And I got to say this as well. Even though I've been bantering Jadon Sancho, the last 2 games have been his best games, man. Last 2 games, even in the last 2 games have been his best games. So it seems as if he's heating up and he's settling in. And, I gotta say he's looked good. He's looked good. But I hope he flops, though. I hope he does. But he looked good in the last 2 games, man. That was a good goal. Good rocket. To score in the 90th minute, and you can see what he meant to him. Celebrated like he had just won the freaking Champions League. So United, I don't think they were great in the game. It was just as if it was an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in charge. First Champions League game without Solskjaer. First game without Solskjaer, as a matter of fact. And Carrick said they're not going to do anything different. It's a Solskjaer, they came from the Solskjaer regime. And they're going to do things exactly the same way as Ole did it. So it's like Ole is still in charge, man. It's pretty much going to get the same kind of results. Same kind of game. Same kind of setup. But Danny Van de Beek did start the game. So that's a positive there. And they've looked better with Danny Van de Beek in the team, I got to say. Martial started. Not that he did much, but yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about United a little bit more later. But they go on to top the group. It was a situation where Villarreal got something and Atalanta got something. Then, United would have been in a spot of bother, though. It's very, very weird in this group where if United lost, they would have actually been in 3rd place right now if Atalanta had won and Villarreal had won. So it's a good thing for them that they did what they had to do, and they would play Young Boys on the final match day where they would just need to draw the match. And at least I think they will draw that game. So that's my thoughts for this group, and we're going to move on. Group G, we're not going to talk long about Group G though. I did put out a clip on Group G the last time around, and absolutely nobody gave the damn about this group. Nobody cared about this group, man. Lille on top the group. Amazing. They started off horribly, and now they're topping the group. This is the group of life where everybody's still alive in terms of around the 16th spot. Salzburg a 2nd with 7 points. Sevilla a 3rd with 6 points. And Wolfsburg at the bottom with 5 points. So let's just run through the games really quick, and then we'll move on. So Sevilla 2, Wolfsburg 0. And let me just get the game here. Sevilla, Joan Jordan in the 12th minute. And Rafa Mir in the 97th minute. Very good stuff by Lucas Ocampos there. And Sevilla basically back from the dead to overtake Wolfsburg and go into 3rd. Still alive. That's their first win of the group actually. So good stuff. Good stuff by Sevilla. And we're going to keep it moving. This group is a group that not really much people care about. Jonathan David in the 31st minute. And I've heard a commentator said that out of the last 10 goals Lille have scored, I think Jonathan David has about 7 or 8 or something like that. This is absolutely nuts. So big up to the Canadian international Jonathan David as he continues to be impressed with Lille. And he will most likely be sold next summer. So well done Lille. They're on top of the table right about now. And they are not guaranteed a place in the next round. It's just crazy, right? Not guaranteed at all. But let's look at the next games. Wolfsburg play Lille and Salzburg play Sevilla. Fight to the death for all these teams. Let's move on. This is the final group before we get into our Premier League segment that we still have to do, guys. And we got to talk about Chelsea's group, where them and Juventus are on the same points right now. Both have moved on to the round of 16. Zenit third and Malmo are last in the group. But Malmo, yeah, they're not going to get it. They're not, Malmo are done. Malmo are done. Definitely done. Why was I actually talking goal difference before? I don't know why I was talking goal difference earlier, I should have read you guys. It's nothing. It's goal difference is like the second thing. Second separator. I don't know. I forgot. It's head to head. You see? The away goal thing, it's head to head though. It's head to head. It's head to head and then goal difference to separate the teams. So yeah, gotta stay switched on and gotta remember that. But still, if it does come down to the teams on the same goal difference, then head to head is the same. Then it's goal difference where the game's draw and things like that. So yeah, it's still important. Goal difference is still an important thing to talk about, but it's not as important as it was before at all. It's head to head. But yeah. Anyways. Chelsea, Juventus. Big game, man. Big game. I was actually surprised by the scoreline. I didn't watch this game, but Chelsea beat Juventus 4-0. Malmo and Zenit 1-1 draw. Malmo give up that late goal there and allow Zenit to get a point. So, yeah. Before we do move on, we'll take a look at what teams need to get into the round of 16 as well. So Malmo 1, Zenit 1. Soren Rix in the 28th minute for Malmo. 86th minute, Dimitri Tyeskov sent off in the 86th minute. And then Yaroslav Rakitsky put away a penalty in the 82nd minute. Artem Zubat did get a penalty that was saved as well by the Malmo goalkeeper. Just remember that one. So still got a point, Zenit, and Malmo will be giving away that penalty late there, as they're pretty much out of it. But Chelsea 4, Juventus 0 is big talking point. Chalobah, what a shot, man. What a shot. 25th minute. Reece James, 56th minute. What a goal. What a freaking goal, though. This guy Reece James is something else, man. Hudson-Odoi in the 58th minute and Timo Werner with a tap-in off the bench. But the big talking point is not really the win. It's that Ben Chilwell could be out for the rest of the season if the news is bad. But if the news is good, it'll be just for a few weeks. And then N'Golo Kante had to go off early in the game as well. So they would most likely be without those players to face United this weekend. But Juventus, man, you guys were awful. Man. I'm telling you, Chelsea just walked the ball in the back of the net. There was one occasion when Mendy had to pull off a big save, really big save. But apart from that, it was routine, man. It was very, very routine for Chelsea. I was like, God damn, 21 shots at goal? Like, come on, man. That is actually poor, man. 25 shots. That was Weston McKennie's shot, too. 21 shots, I mean. 8 on target. 8! God damn. He had 55% of the ball. It was domination. Juventus with 8 shots, 2 on target, 45% of the ball. Look, man, it was domination, I'm telling you. Thiago Silva with that goal line clearance as well. That was amazing. That was amazing, man. See? Oh, man, that was amazing. So, good win for Chelsea over Juventus. And with that win, you know, Chelsea did lose to Juventus on the second, what is that? Match day 2. And they bounced back with that big win, which means Chelsea has the better head-to-head over Juventus there. So, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. So, just to reiterate, guys, right? And the Champions League, just to make sure we know for sure what's going on in terms of the separators. We got to get the separators, right? For the Champions League, right? We have to. So, group stage, we got to get the separators, man. Let me see something. Let me see if I could find something with the separators here. All right. Let me see. I wanna make sure I find something with how the teams are separated here in the groups. I know it's head to head, but I just wanna make it, make sure. I just wanna make sure. So, all right, yeah. Head to head points: Chelsea 3, Juventus 3. Head to head goal difference: Chelsea +3, Juventus -3. So whenever it's head to head is the first decider, right? First decider is head to head, and then the second decider would be goal difference. So in Chelsea and Juventus's sake, I think they tied on the head to head points, 3 and 3, right? And because they picked up 3 points against each other, but the goal difference is +3 for Chelsea and -3 for Juventus on the points there. So, yeah. Good stuff. And that's on the head-to-head goal difference, guys. Because you understand. Head-to-head goal difference and head-to-head points. So, that's what it is. So, it's all head-to-head. And if that don't separate the teams, then it comes down to goal difference in the group. I hate when I get things wrong in terms of that aspect of, the standings and all. But to be fair, guys, UEFA always seem to complicate shit for no reason, man. It's always very complicated when it comes to UEFA, though. Look at the playoffs that's coming up tomorrow. Very, very complicated. But Chelsea, let's see if they'll go on to top the group. I'm pretty sure they will. Let's just go back and let's check who they have coming up in their next game. They will. And, yeah, they play Zenit on the road. They'll get something. Lukaku is back. They'll get something. Juventus will beat Malmo. So, Chelsea just got to get 3 points and they'll get something. You don't want to play. You don't want to be, yeah, they get something. They get something. Chelsea will top the group. Juventus would come in second, which would really make things interesting, where you could have Juventus in the round of 16, or you could have PSG in the round of 16 as well. That'll be fun. That will definitely be fun. So, guys, that's it for the European segment. I know it took long, but I had to do it because I was unable to do it in the prior days, and, good to get that out of the way. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to move right on to the Premier League segment. That's what's going on there for the Champions League, the Europa League, and the Europa Conference League. But we're going to go right on to the Prem de la Prem. So big up to everybody in here, and thank you for actually, sticking around, and I hope you enjoyed that segment of the video. So for all the Premier League heads, this is for you, and this is where we're going to go and we're going to talk Premier League, where we understand definitely everything what's going on. I do understand what's going on in the Champions League, but UEFA changing up their rules so much, man. You see what I'm saying? It's always changing up something, man. No more, away goals, you know what I mean? Then you go, you changing it up, head to head, and it gets confusing. Sometimes you don't always remember these things. So just pardon me, man. I'm only human, guys. I'm only human. So let's go. Let's bring this song track back around. Keep it going again. All right, let's talk Premier League. Won't be super long on each and every game because we don't need to, especially the first 5 games. Let's just go to the fixtures. And before we do, let's take a look at the result. But big up to everybody in the house right about now. Thank you for being a part of the stream. You're the real deal. Make sure you smash the thumbs up button. We got to 50 likes. Guys, we could do better than that. Let's get the stream up to 75. Let's get it closer to 100 if we can. Before we get into match week 13, let's take a quick look at what happened on match week 12. Pardon me. Man City 3, Everton 2, Spurs 2, Leeds 1. Leicester 0, Chelsea 3, Villa 2, Brighton 0. First win under Steven Gerrard. Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3 in a 6-goal thriller. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3 in another 6-goal thriller. Norwich 2, Southampton 1. First match under Dean Smith. Big win. Watford 4, Manchester United 1. And it spelled the final game with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer at the helm. So no more social banter for us. No more Ole at the wheel. It is over. It is done. It is wrapped. Wolves 1, West Ham 1, West Ham 0, pardon me. The bubble popped. Liverpool 4, Arsenal 0. Very disappointing result for the Gunners there. Seems like whenever they come up against Liverpool at Anfield, they just become a third division team, it seems. And that brings us to the fixtures this week. But before we do, this is what the table looks like. Chelsea stay top of the table, 3 points ahead of Manchester City, the holders, 26 points. Liverpool are third, 1 point behind City. West Ham are fourth, 2 points behind Liverpool. Arsenal are fifth. You're doing good. You're doing really good, Arsenal. 3 points behind the Hammers. And Wolves are creeping up under Bruno Lage, man. Wow, could not believe, I can't believe this. Tottenham, looking good. Looking good, they got a new manager in charge. They're 7th, exactly where they should be in that Europa Conference League spot. Then we got Manchester United, guys. Believe it or not, they're 8th. Brighton, 9th. Crystal Palace, 10th. And that's what the top 10 looks like right now. Oh, man. You guys are actually not seeing what I'm seeing. You should have been seeing what I'm seeing, but of course, I'm scrolling on another tab. It is okay. It is okay. We're only warming up. We are only warming up, okay? We're still warming right now. So you covered the freaking Champions League and Europa League for 2 hours. You're still warming up. But yeah, well, it was necessary. Then we have Everton, 15 points. Leicester, 15 points in 12th. Southampton in 13th with 14 points. Brentford in 14th with 13. Aston Villa 15th with 13 points. Watford also on 13 points in 16th. And just outside the relegation zone, we have Leeds on 11 points. Burnley in the relegation zone with 9 points, 1 win. Norwich are climbing. They move from the bottom in 8th with 8 points, in 19th. And at the bottom of the pile is newly taken over Newcastle United, believe it or not. Newcastle are yet to win after 12 matches this season. And they could be relegated. This is horrible stuff. Norwich actually looks a lot better than Newcastle United, which is crazy. So let's get into these fixtures, man. Let's get into the fixtures that's going to come up this weekend. Match week 13. 13 could either be a lucky or a very unlucky number according to what you believe. So let's hope it's a lucky number 13. Let's start Norwich Wolves briefly, and then we're going to move right on. We're not going to stay forever, ever on each and every fixture. Maybe about 5 minutes tops, and we're going to keep things moving and wrap this up within the next, let's say, hour and a half or so. So marathon live stream. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for bearing with me and everything. So let's go. Norwich 2, Southampton 1 their last game. Wolves 1, West Ham 0 in their last match. So what happened the last time Norwich and Wolves met, you may ask? It was a 3-0 win for Wolves and a 2-1 win for Wolves on the road. So Wolves did the double over Norwich the last time they met in the Premier League. Prior to that, they met in the Premier League back in the 11-12 season, where Norwich won the second game at home and drew the first game at Molineux. But in between that, they met in the Championship, and Norwich did get the better of Wolves for the most part. But in terms of the Premier League, Wolves looked good the last time around. So overall record, let's just get this up to the stats here. 4 all-time Premier League meetings, 2 wins for Wolves, 1 win for Norwich, and a draw here. So this will be the first time Dean Smith, well, no, this will be the first time that Wolves manager Bruno Lage is actually playing against Norwich City, but he has played against Dean Smith once, and that was the game against Aston Villa that Wolves won, of course. So yeah, I was getting a little confused there. I was like, whoa, these guys met before? Forgot for a second that Dean Smith was in charge of Villa, right? 3-2 win for Wolverhampton Wanderers there. So yeah, man, pretty confusing season that we're in right now, you know, guys. One manager moving from, you know, one club to the next. It's crazy within like a week. So that's what's up in terms of the last time these two teams met each other. Dean Smith do have 14 matches against Wolves. Won 4, lost 8, drawn 2. And as I mentioned, he lost his only game against Bruno Lage. So, look, I do have some notes here. Former Norwich manager Daniel Farke, he is in line for the job at Werder Bremen. I think there was some controversy over in the Werder Bremen where the manager left the post because I think they claim he faked his coronavirus vaccination card or something like that. Something like that. But we're not going to get too deep into that. But Daniel Farke could be with a job again over in his homeland of Germany. So there's also been a news that Norwich do have a new crest. So we're going to take a look at Norwich and their new crest. We're going to go over to the Norwich City Twitter page, and we're going to take a look at what that looks like. Because that is news. That is news. Not a lot of not a big change, but we do have to take a look at it. Let me just locate that really quick, and we'll take a look at what the new crest looks like. So let's just go over to the Norwich City Twitter. Let's try to make this quick and brief, and not be on here forever. All right, where is that, man? Where is that? You see the new crest is right there, but I want to get to the post where it was announced, definitely announced that they did have a new crest. Come on, where is that, man? Where is that? Taking forever. They just posted a lot of these up here recently, you know, so it takes some time to get there. Damn, Norwich, you're letting me down with this one, man. Come on. Jesus Lord. You're making all these unnecessary freaking posts, man. All right, that's the new crest there. Norwich Castle. They put up a new castle, you see? This is not the post I'm looking for. But the canaries, you know, I think the old crest had the canary on there. But the new crest now has the lion and the castle. Yeah, so yeah, this is it right here. This is it. This is it. This is it. So the crest will be introduced and formally used from the 17th of January 2022. But it would have been nice for them to, okay, this is it right here. It would have been nice for them to show us what the old crest is. I want to see this and can't even remember what the old crest was. I think it's been updated all over, man. I don't even know. So let's go back and let's talk Norwich Wolves. Give me 1 second. I got an alarm going off here. Usually this was the time I go to pick my wife up, but she gets out very late these days, man. Very, very late. Chaos at her workplace. She's always there late. She's a registered nurse, if you're asking. And she has to take care of these sick people. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Norwich badge was the same Norwich badge, man. Seriously, it looks the same to me. And I want to find out what was the real change of the badge, though. I think it's the same badge. It looks the same. Definitely look the same. I think the only difference is, I don't even know what the difference is, though. I don't know what the difference is to the new badge, though. Seriously. There has been a change, but I don't know what the change is. Somebody identify what the change is? I don't know. I really don't know, though. Anyways, let's move on. Let's move on. All right, so in terms of Norwich, Ozan Kabak will be a doubt. And their squad is fairly fit from the research that I did. It's very, difficult keeping track of all these players and who's fit and who's not fit, though, for real. But Ozan Kabak is definitely a doubt. Squad fairly fit. For Wolves, injuries remain Johnny Otto, the left back, Pedro Neto, the winger, Oscar Burr, Yasin Mosquera, the young defender, and Bruno Jardao. Those are the injuries for Wolves, and those guys have been injured for some time now. So, in terms of did you know? Norwich have won their last 2 Premier League matches, as many as they had in their previous 35 in the competition. They last won 3 consecutive matches in the division back in December of 2012. Timo Pukki has scored in his last 2 Premier League matches for Norwich and is looking to score in 3 in a row in the competition for the first time since August of 2019, when he netted in his first ever 3 Premier League appearances. Yeah, I could remember that one for sure. Wolverhampton Wanderers have won their last 2 away league matches against Norwich, having lost 4 in a row at Carrow Road before this. 45.9% of Raul Jimenez's Premier League goals for Wolves have been the winner, 17 out of 37, with all 3 of the Mexicans' goals this season proving decisive. Of all players with at least 30 goals in the competition, only Robert Lee, 50%, and Mikel Arteta, 46.3%, have scored a higher ratio of winners than Raul Jimenez. Pretty good stuff. When he scores, they go on to win most of the time. He's an important man for the team. Look, in terms of my prediction for this game, guys, it was a very difficult prediction to make, but just to keep it real, it's hard to write Norwich City off these days. Definitely hard to write them off. Because even though we had already doomed them to relegation, it seems as if Norwich are actually fighting. They're fighting, and they could actually survive. Norwich could survive here. And I never thought that I'd say this, but they've really picked things up, man. Only 2 losses in their last 5 games. 2 wins on the trot and a draw. You see what I'm saying? Within their last 5 games. So it's pretty good stuff. And also, with the managerial change, Dean Smith coming in, you saw he's already made changes, bringing in Brandon Williams, bringing Gilmore back into the team. Todd Cantwell is back in the team as well, and he's going to make the necessary changes to get Norwich winning football games again, right? And not embarrass themselves like they were under Daniel Farke. Just to keep it brief, Wolves have played very well. They beat West Ham in their last game, so it's very difficult to write Wolves off, and the last time around in the Premier League, they did the double over Norwich. So I couldn't help but predict a 1-1 draw for this one. I know it's an easy, get out of jail card to predict a 1-1, but I'm going to have to go for a 1-1 draw. I really don't see, I don't know. It is difficult here. It is very difficult. I could see both teams getting a win, but I wasn't brave enough to predict that. So I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw. I'm just keeping it real here. Let me know your predictions in the chat. For Norwich, their next game, they're 19th. Their next game will be against Newcastle in 20th. So they have an opportunity to keep picking up wins. If they do so against Wolves, they do so against Newcastle, they could go all the way up to about 14th, 15th in the table, man, according to how the other teams do. So it's imperative that they pick up a win, at least a draw in the game. Wolves, they're flying high. They're in 6th position right now. Their next game will be against Burnley. Then they face Liverpool and Man City in back-to-back games in early December. What are your thoughts? Talk to me. Appreciate it. Any prediction? Any prediction? Share it, please. We'll definitely appreciate that. So, big up to Miss Melina. Oh, man, I can't believe you're still in the house. Thank you for joining us and blessing us with your grace and your presence. Do appreciate that. I know you're smiling right now, man. But I do know how to make people smile. And I mean, I must admit, do know how to make people smile. So, Dwayne saying Huang and Jimenez to score 2-1. Steve is going for the Wolves win as well. Huang has been definitely a good signing. Really good that he actually they actually brought in Huang. But the other players got to step up, man. They got to step up. Podence, Adama got to step up. They got to get the ball to Raul Jimenez a bit more. But guys, we're going to keep it moving though. And we're going to move on to the next game. We have a lot to go through, and that's the game between Brighton and Leeds United. What I try to do, just keep you up to date. Who they played last, what happened the last time the teams met, injuries, any big news at the club. You see what I mean? If there's any big transfer links that I know of, I'll just share it briefly and share my prediction, share some insights, and just keep it moving. So, Aston Villa 2, Brighton 0 in their last game, and Tottenham 2, Leeds 1 in their last match. So both teams coming off of L's, and they would want to bounce back immediately. So, let's see how that one goes. In terms of the last time these two teams met, let's get into that, but let's get some visual on the screen, of course. These two teams have only met twice in the Premier League era, and that's last season. Last season, where we had 2 wins for Brighton. So Brighton did the double over Leeds United last season. And it's very weird because Brighton didn't really pick up a lot of wins last season, and Leeds were very impressive. So Brighton holds the edge going into this match for sure. But they did meet a bunch of times in the championship where Brighton also held the edge over Leeds United. So, yeah, this one is definitely, you know where this one is heading. Brighton does have the advantage coming into this game. Graham Potter versus Marcelo Bielsa. This will be the fifth meeting. Potter has 2 wins, a draw, and a loss. And Leeds coach Bielsa, 2 games against Brighton, 2 L's, as we talked about before. So for Brighton, injuries, Dan Burn, knee injury, and he's fit again. Saw him in training. Steven Alzate, ankle injury. I saw him in training as well, but of course, the players would remain doubtful. You don't want to rush them right back into these matches. Danny Welbeck and Enoch Mwepu also in training, while Robert Sanchez should be back after suspension. So Jason Steele would have to take the bench again. So that's the update on Brighton. If there's any injuries before the match, it may have come between the time of research and the game. So yeah, can't all get it, can't get them right. Can't get it right as much as you try. For Leeds United, Rafinha and Rodrigo are back in training as well. They missed the last game. Robin Koch is back in training. That might not actually be a good thing. He has been awful for them since he joined from the Bundesliga. And Patrick Bamford, he's also back in training, but Luke Ayling, who's a big part of Leeds United, remains out injured. So, did you know that Brighton and Hove Albion have won 8 of their last 9 league matches against Leeds, losing 1, achieving the double over the Whites in the Premier League last season. Neil Maupay have scored 4 goals in 6 league matches against Leeds, more than he netted against any other side in English League football. Since his debut for the club in October of 2020, Leeds have won 45% of their Premier League matches in which Rafinha has featured, 18 out of 40, but have won none of the 6 matches when the Brazilian have been absent, drawing 2 and losing 4. He's now back in the fray, and look, they'll need him, man. He's a big player. Definitely one of my faves. Leeds coach Marcelo Bielsa have won 65% of his Premier League matches against English managers, 13 out of 20, compared to just 23% versus managers from anywhere but England, 7 out of 30. Craig Parson will be the ref here. So, look, for this game, prediction. Brighton has to bounce back. Leeds United got to bounce back as well. Look, Rafinha is back for Leeds. Harrison has been back. Bamford, these guys are coming back from injury, but they're not at full pelt just as yet. And I really don't like the way Leeds are set up with all these makeshift. The players are in makeshift players in playing out of positions. If you wanna, it's confusing. But you have a right back playing at center back. You'll have a midfielder playing at right back. Things like that. That's what happens at Leeds, and that is exactly what is expected of the players I can't remember whose interview I watched, but that's exactly what the player said, that they're expected. Oh, Daniel James says that they're expected to play multiple positions if they're needed. And they play that murder ball type football where they run for the entire 90 minutes. They don't defend very well. And look, I can't see them beating Brighton here. Brighton has to bounce back. They've been on a very bad run of result, and if they don't bounce back in this game, it might start to look like previous seasons where Brighton have struggled. No wins in their last 5. Brighton has to bounce back here. They really got to bounce back. Robert Sanchez back in the goal. He's very important to the way they play, his distribution, his ball stopping ability and everything. And they should have, with the fact that Maupay does play well against Leeds, he should come back in the team. And him along with Trossard, and you have Tariq Lamptey fit again. You have Cucurella playing well. You have Yves Bissouma as well. So I could see Brighton with the style of football, very attractive style of football being played under Graham Potter possession base. I think they were the better team against Aston Villa, but they just couldn't hold on at the end there. Villa just had more at the back end, and they caught Brighton sleeping. So, and it was some brilliant goals scored by Villa there, especially the Ollie Watkins goal. So, it's not as if Brighton have been playing bad. You only got 3 losses this season. United has 5. Tottenham has 5. You see what I'm saying? So, I don't think Brighton's going to lose this game. The most I could see happening is a draw for them. But I could see them winning the game 2-1. Leeds United, man, look. They're going to need Rafinha to do something magical. And if Brighton are able to deal with the Rafinha threat, it's over for Leeds. So I think they're missing the Luke Ayling is a big miss. Calvin Phillips, I know he's there, but he's been playing out of position as well, where he has to play as an auxiliary center back for most of the game and everything. So I can't see Leeds winning this one. They just might prove me wrong, but I'm going to go for Brighton 2, Leeds United 1 here. So in terms of Brighton, their next game will be against West Ham on the road. Then they play Southampton, Tottenham, Wolves. Some nice games coming up for Brighton, if you ask me. For Leeds United, they will play Crystal Palace, Brentford, Chelsea, Manchester City. So what are your thoughts on this game, guys? Talk to me. Appreciate it. Talk to me. What are your predictions here? Share your predictions if you have any. Would definitely appreciate that. Shout out to everybody in the stream. Make sure you smash the thumbs up button if you are yet to do so. So, if you don't have any thoughts, forever hold your peace, because I'm going to keep it moving. All right? Big up to Steve as well. Godzilla in the house. FDT. Thank you guys for tuning in. Gervais as well. Who else we got in here? Shout outs to each and everyone in the house right now, man. 2-1 to Brighton. 3-2 to Brighton. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate the prediction. Mustafa Mujic. Thank you there, Brighton, to win. Appreciate that, man. So we're going to keep it moving, guys. We got a lot to go through. And we're going to talk about Crystal Palace versus Aston Villa. The last game, Burnley 3, Palace 3. Villa 2, Brighton 0. So, yeah, both teams coming off of good matches. Crystal Palace coming into the game, the happier the two teams, of course. But Aston Villa, they are dangerous. They got a new manager in Steven Gerrard, and they could go on a mad run. They would want to go on a mad run after they went on that losing streak there. So what happened the last time these two teams met? Palace 3, Villa 2. Villa 3, Palace 0. And the previous season, Villa 0, Palace 0. And then Palace 1, Villa 0. Look, the last times they've met in the Premier League, they've just been beating each other. 1 win for Palace, 1 for Villa. The last 3 times they met in the league, that is exactly what happened. And it's been back and forth between these two teams, man. So you could see here 18 all-time Premier League matches, 5 draws, 6 wins for Villa, 7 wins for Crystal Palace, who would host this match. So good stuff there, Palace. Who are unbeaten at home this season, guys, if you don't know. So Steven Gerrard versus Patrick Vieira. 2 new managers in the league, by the way. And this will be the first time they're meeting each other. This will be the first time they're managing against each other's teams. Wow, pretty interesting stuff, right? So in terms of the notes here, something that I couldn't help but notice is that Jean-Philippe Mateta has not been featuring for Crystal Palace this season, and it's fair to say that he has not been in Patrick Vieira's plans. He's been MIA. Could remember he scored a very cheeky goal last season, and then he's disappeared since. Came in on loan from Mainz, and he had a loan from, the beginning of the season. He came in late last season, I could remember, and he has a loan until the end of this season, but they could be ending his loan stint in January and sending him back they won't take up the offer to buy him either. So the Crystal Palace squad is fairly fit. Couldn't find any major injury problems with their squad. Maybe there's a player there that I'm missing, but couldn't actually locate that injured player, because Eze is fit again, and they pretty much, pretty much a fit squad these days. Aston Villa, Douglas Luiz is back in training. Trezeguet, the Egyptian international, he is back in training as well. And Bertrand Traore is the only player that remains out with injury. The Burkina Faso international remains out. Leon Bailey's back as well. So, look, did you know? Crystal Palace are without defeat in their last 7 Premier League matches. 5 draws, 2 wins. The longest current unbeaten run in the competition. So imagine, out of all the teams, your Chelsea, your City, your Liverpool, it's Crystal Palace, which is crazy. The Eagles themselves last had a longer unbeaten run in the competition, 8 fixtures in December of 2017. Palace have won 5 of their last 6 home league matches against Aston Villa, losing 1, including each of the last 3 in a row. Aston Villa have won 3 of the last 5 Premier League matches against Palace, losing 2, as many as they had in their first 13 against them in the competition. As players, Palace manager Patrick Vieira and Aston Villa head coach Steven Gerrard met 9 times in the Premier League. Gerrard did not lose any of the first 6 such meetings, winning 3, drawing 3, with Vieira winning 2 of the last 3, losing 1. So legendary Premier League players going on to manage Premier League clubs, of course. Not the clubs that they used to play for, but still, it's good to have him. It's good to have him in the league, man. This is the legendary season we're having, man. We got some big managers, and we got some legendary players coming back to manage Premier League teams. Awesome stuff. So it brings us to my prediction, though. My prediction for this one, look, we know what Villa have been going through. They have been very disjointed, even with the signings of Danny Ings and Leon Bailey and Emi Buendia comes to mind. They have the weapons. They just haven't been using the weapons properly. And Dean Smith lost his job after a horrendous run. Those losses, what were they? 5 losses on the trot? That was absolutely unacceptable, man. And Villa have found themselves in the 15th place after a stellar start to the season. So they had to do what they had to do, sacked Dean Smith and brought in Steven Gerrard. And he picked up an impressive win in their first game against a very gritty Brighton and Hove Albion team. Could he win back-to-back games? Of course he can. Of course. But you're coming up against this Crystal Palace team who are unbeaten at home, who has the longest unbeaten streak in the league currently. And I don't know what Vieira are telling these guys, but he's telling them the right things, and they're playing some awesome football. Zaha's looking good. Benteke's scoring goals now. You see what I'm saying? And look, Tyreek Mitchell looks good from the left back position. The center back pairing of Guehi, Anderson, whoever these guys pair up, they're looking good. Kuyate looks, Guaita, resolute in goal. I know Jordan, you haven't been playing well, but he did pick up an assist in the last game as well. They got Eze back. Hudson Edward is a threat. Crystal Palace is doing the damn business this season, man. And look, this is going to be a good game. Not many times you say a Crystal Palace game, you're going to expect some excitement. Because under Roy Hodgson, they weren't so exciting. They were more pragmatic type team. But Vieira is playing some very attractive football, man. Or I should say Palace are playing some very attractive football under Vieira. Conor Gallagher has been their player of the season. How did I not mention Conor Gallagher, right? But Conor Gallagher, he has been the player of the season for Crystal Palace so far. And he's not even a Crystal Palace player. He's a Chelsea player on loan. Chelsea's definitely going to want him back. So, look. Prediction here. I'm going to have to go for Palace to win the game. 2-1 and remain unbeaten at home. Sorry, Villa. You're going to have to prove me wrong for this one. I know they could do it. They're capable of doing it. But I'm going to go for a loss here. Gerrard's first loss in charge. He might just go on a run where he win 4 in a row or go 6 games unbeaten. But I'm going to say they lose this game, though. It just might draw because Palace have been dropping a lot of points from winning positions so far in the league. But I'm going to go for them to win the game. I'm going to put my confidence in Palace here. So, look. In terms of the next games for Palace, they will play Leeds. Then they have United. Leeds and United. For Aston Villa, Stephen G's Aston Villa, they will play against Manchester City come December 1st. That game is on a Wednesday. God damn, I didn't even realize we had midweek games coming up, though. Jesus Christ. Wow, wasn't expecting that, though. Really wasn't. So, guys, let me know your predictions. We'll definitely appreciate your predictions in the chat. And we're going to move on to the next game. Definitely going to keep the ball rolling here. All right. 1-1. 2-2. What we got, man? What we got? What we got? 2-2 for Dane. Watkins will score. What else we got? 1-1. Bit of a lucky against Brighton, though. Yeah, Villa did get lucky. What else we got, guys? Big up to everybody in the house, man. Appreciate the support. Make sure you like the video if you're yet to do so. Definitely appreciate that. Let's keep it moving, man. We got a lot of games to go through. Not a lot of time to do so. By the time you blink, my wife's hitting me up. Hey, man, come pick me up from work. All right, so we did spend a lot of time on the Champions League, though, to be fair. And the Europa League or the Conference League. Maybe a little bit too much time on that. But let's move on. Brentford versus Everton. Let's go. Let's try not to spend super long on these games that we have coming up. We need to get through these games and get to the important ones. You know what? I'm going to actually have to change up the format and get the important games done. Definitely. It's a smarter thing to do. So, Brentford-Everton, though. Let's talk about that one. That's game number 4 of our Premier League preview. And if you're watching the replay right now, hello, how are you feeling? So Brentford in the 14th place right now, Everton 11th. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3, Man City 3, Everton 0. Everton are in a very difficult position right now. They haven't been getting good results, and if there's a manager under the most pressure right now, it's Rafa Benitez. Thomas Frank is also up there, but that point that he picked up there against Newcastle will definitely ease up a lot of that pressure. But Everton, man, you got to get your act together big time. And it's not getting easier for Everton at all. So what happened the last time these two teams met, guys? They did meet back in 2010. Let's go up and we're going to see the stats here. They have never met each other in the Premier League era. I can go back in the archives and let you know what happened the last time they met back in the day, but I'm not going to do that because we don't have the time. But they did meet in the third round of the EFL Cup, and Brentford won 5-4 on penalties back in 2010. So this will be the first time the two managers are meeting each other, but Rafa Benitez have managed 4 times against Brentford when he was in charge, of course, of Newcastle. I think down in the championship, pretty sure. And just to double check that, yeah, and he did manage against Chelsea as well back in 2013. So Newcastle against Brentford and Chelsea against Brentford in the FA Cup, where there was a replay, and Chelsea won the second match 4-0. So yeah, that's a little bit of information for your head taps right there, and we're gonna definitely keep it moving. So for Brentford, injuries remain: David Raya, their goalkeeper, out long term; Christopher Aya, big defender, Norwegian, out long term. Pretty sure he's Norwegian, right? Yeah. Josh Da Silva would be out. Johan Wissa, Matthias Jensen, Zanka are all doubts for this game. But Shandon Baptiste is back fit again. I saw him in the last game there. And they have a few players coming back from injury as well. So Everton, they have a lot of problems, man. Injuries: Dominic Calvert-Lewin remain out injured. Abdoulaye Doucouré out injured. Should be back soon though. Andre Gomes out injured. Yerry Mina out. Demari Gray out. Tom Davies out. But I say out, but sometimes some of these guys do recover in time for the games, because the games on the weekend, they do recover. So could say they're doubts. But some of these guys will be definitely out, while some would be, doubts for the match. But what we know is Richarlison is suspended and he won't feature. So the fact that Everton won't have Dominic Calvert-Lewin, won't have Richarlison, and have to depend on an overweight Solomon Rondon for goals. No Gray. He's been good. It's going to be a struggle. Definitely a struggle for Everton here once again. Did you know Rico Henry has scored in consecutive Premier League matches for Brentford, having netted only twice in his first 120 league appearances for the Bees? Indeed, 33% of his goals in English league football have come in his last 2 fixtures. 2 out of 6. Awesome stuff. No side have conceded more Premier League goals in the first half of matches this season than Brentford's 11, with the Bees letting in the highest share before halftime, 65% of their goals. However, Everton have just scored 4 first half goals this season, a total that exceeds only Aston Villa's total of 3. Everton have won 5 of the last 6 Premier League matches in London, losing 1, as many as they had in their previous 32 visits to the capital in the competition. This is the first meeting between Brentford and Everton in any competition since September 2010 in a League Cup match. Following a 1-1 draw at Griffin Park, the Bees progressed 4-3 on penalties. Darren England will be in charge of the game. And in terms of my prediction for this one, guys, look, ain't much more to add, man. Everton, they have not been good, and they're struggling right about now. They need wins. No wins in their last 5 games. And let me see if that go on even further. Yeah, they haven't won in their last 6 matches. They did pick up a point against United and a point against Tottenham, but they lost to City, lost to Wolves, and they lost to West Ham, and even lost to Watford 5-2. And they haven't been good, man. Good start to the season, but they've been awful ever since. Really, really bad. And I think this is going to continue. Brentford, who are going through a bit of a rut themselves, picked up a point in their last game against Newcastle, and they didn't look too bad, scored 3. But the fact that they don't have David Raya in goal could also be a problem for them. But the new goalkeeper would have to start getting used to proceedings and start putting out some David Raya type performances. Well, I'm going to go for Brentford to win the game 2-0. I think Ivan Toney and Mbeumo and Sergi Canos have been very good down the flank. I think they're going to be way too much for Everton. And if Everton are going to get something from this game, they would have to just play deep, defend, and try to catch Brentford on the counter. And with Demari Gray not in the team, Richarlison not in the team, Calvert-Lewin not in the team, I don't see how they're going to do this with Rondon up top, though. So the most I see Everton getting from this is a draw. But I'm going to go for Brentford to win the game 2-0. to nil. Let me know your prediction. Appreciate it. So, in terms of the next games here, for Brentford, their next match will be against Tottenham in the London Derby. And for the Toffees, Everton, their next match would be against Liverpool December 1st, Wednesday, December 1st. That'll be a big game. That's a nice time to play Everton, man. Very nice time. Heavily depleted, not in form. Nice time to play them. We'll pick them off for fun. So, what are your thoughts on this game, guys? Do appreciate it. Share your thoughts. 1-1, 2-1, Everton bounce back win, 2-2. What else we got here, man? What else we got? Big up to everybody, man. Leave Jordan Hyman alone, guys. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Guys, like the video if you haven't yet done so. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate that, man. So, with that being said, guys, we're going to keep it moving. And we're going to move on, though. We're going to move on. We're going to run through these games here. We won't have to stay in this game super long either. Want to get these games out of the way. And I think we're going to be talking about most games, in the same type of duration, for the most part. Not going to talk too long about the United-Chelsea game. That game should be a one-sided affair. You know what I'm saying? It should be, right? West Ham City might be an interesting one. Leicester, Watford, too. We got those coming up. We got the Arsenal game coming up as well. So stay tuned for that. Definitely stay tuned for that. So Arsenal, Newcastle, first thing this weekend coming up. Definitely stay tuned. So Burnley versus Spurs. You could either say Tottenham or Spurs. Do not put the hot in their name. They are not hot. Don't ever put hot when you're talking about Tottenham. Don't do it. It's not recommended. You will make yourself look stupid. All right? Don't do it to yourselves. So, Burnley versus Spurs here. Burnley 3, Palace 3 in their last game. Spurs 2, Leeds 1 in their last Premier League match. But Moura 2, Tottenham 1 in the last game there. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, but that actually happened, guys. That happened. What happened the last time these teams met in the Premier League? Spurs with a 4-0 win and a 1-0 win. So they did the double over Burnley last season and also beat Burnley this season in the Carabao Cup, a goal to nil. So Burnley do have one win in their last 10, dating back to 2017 against Spurs. In all competition, they do have 2 draws as well, 2 1-1 draws. So they're back against the wall here against Spurs. But now would be a great time to play them. New manager, still trying to get his philosophy across. And them coming off of a loss against Moura. Them playing Europa League football, Europa Conference League football on a Thursday as well could definitely, help Burnley because the team traveled, they're tired. You know what I'm saying? They probably, so it's the best time to play them. It's the best time. They're pissed off as well after losing to Moura, and it could only get worse. Burnley, you could pick him off, man. You could pick him off. It's perfect time. So get Maxwell Carney ready. Wood ready. Westwood ready. All these guys ready. You could beat Spurs, man. So this would be the 5th game between Sean Dyche and Antonio Conte because they, obviously, when Conte had 2 seasons in charge of Chelsea. Conte has 2 wins, a draw, and a loss against Sean Dyche, which is, not a bad record there for Dyche against Conte. And that's the same record for him against Burnley. For Dyche against Tottenham, he only has 1 win, 4 draws, and 11 losses. Not a very good record at all against Tottenham in his nearly 10 years in charge of Burnley. So in terms of all-time Premier League results, though, 14 matches played, 9 wins for Spurs, 2 for Burnley. 3 games have ended in draws. At Turf Moor, Burnley have picked up their 2 wins. Their 2 draws as well. So if they are to get any result, it will be a Turf Moor. Definitely will be a Turf Moor. So some things that we have to note from this game, though. We got to note that Ashley Barnes is a doubt. He wasn't in the match day squad the last time around. Dale Stevens is also a doubt. He haven't played much since, he joined. And I think he joined from Brighton, if I'm not mistaken. And look, Dyche came out and said that Maxwell Cornet has not been playing at 100% fitness as well. So that is something to keep in mind. James Tarkowski would also be suspended for this game. So that's a big miss. That is a big miss. For Spurs, Christian Romero injured. Giovanni Lo Celso and Dane Scarlett out injured. There are also doubts to feature in this match. In terms of insights here, did you know Burnley have scored a league high 6 goals in the Premier League this season, while Spurs are one of 3 sides yet to have scored a header so far this term. So, headed goals. I think I forgot to mention that. Burnley have scored a league high 6 headed goals in the Premier League this season, while Spurs are one of 3 sides yet to have scored a header so far this term, which is absolutely nuts when you think about it, right? And you have Kane scoring perfect hat-tricks and things in other competitions. But yeah. Burnley goalkeeper Nick Pope has conceded 14 goals against Spurs in the Premier League. Only against Man City 17 and Chelsea 15 has he conceded more. He has also yet to keep a clean sheet in 5 Premier League matches against Spurs. Only against Leicester City 7, Man City and Chelsea, both 6, has he played more against an opponent without keeping a clean sheet. Harry Kane has either scored or assisted in each of his last 6 Premier League matches against Burnley, 7 goals and 3 assists, having scored just once in his first 4 top-flight appearances against the Clarets. Spurs have only failed to score in one of their 14 Premier League matches against Burnley, a 0-0 draw in April of 2015. Meanwhile, they have kept 8 clean sheets against the Clarets in the competition. Peter Banks would be in charge. And guys, in terms of my prediction for this game, look, Conte, new manager in charge and everything, it doesn't seem like it actually makes a difference to this Tottenham team, because you can't really blame the managers too much here, because I don't think Nuno did a terrible job, but the players got to take accountability for their performances on the field, and they got to step up, man. You don't lose to Mura. You feel me? You don't like what they did in the Europa League playoff game as well. I think they drew the first match against Pacos Ferreira or lost it. I can't remember what happened, but they drew against Rennes as well. They haven't been good. You see what I'm saying? They lost to Man United, for God's sake. I don't know how they managed to beat City, though. You see what I'm saying? That is what I'm so pissed off about. How they managed to beat City on the opening match day is beyond me. I can't explain it, man. Really can't explain it to you. But they did. They did. However, though, they played a Burnley team, I think, without Tarkowski. I think they struggle. They've been playing some good football. Cornet, Lowton have looked good. Westwood have looked good. You know what I mean? I got to give it to Burnley, though. They've not done bad, even though they're in the relegation zone. They've not played badly. They're playing a lot better than they did at the beginning of the season, I should say. But I don't see them winning this game, though. I think Tottenham are going to come out for blood here. They want to keep the momentum going from the last win. They want to bounce back from the Mura loss. And I think they're going to be a little bit too much to handle there. Son, Kane, Mora, whoever they choose to go in with up top, they're going to bounce back. 3-1 win for Spurs. 3-1 over Burnley. But look, don't write off Burnley. Don't write them off. They could squeeze a draw out of this game. I don't think they'll win the game, but they could squeeze a draw. But I think they're going to lose. 3-1 to Spurs. And Conte would pick up his second win in his second Premier League game in charge. So, let me know your thoughts on this one, guys. We'll definitely appreciate it. That's 5 games done. We got 5 more to go. So, in terms of Burnley, the next game will be against Wolves. And for Tottenham Hotspur, the next match in the league would be against Brentford. London derby, then they got Norwich, Rennes, Brighton. They got some nice fixtures coming up, I gotta say. Really nice fixtures coming up. So they could go on a run, but we know they are the type of team that when you try to judge them on paper, they freaking end up and lose to Mura. You see what I'm saying? End up and lose to Mura, man. God damn. Big up to Miss Melina in the house, man. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Melina. I have made you a mod because you're responsible enough to be a mod. And I appreciate you coming through. Gotta have you on pretty soon, though. Talk about Arsenal again. Hopefully they don't lose the next game. That won't be a nice conversation to have with you. You'll be pissed. But we're going to keep it moving, though. Definitely going to keep it moving. And the next game we have on the roster here, Leicester versus Watford. We're going to keep going through these games and run, get this thing done. Definitely going to get this thing done. I don't have a lot of time, so we're going to go 5 minutes per game and get through these matches for sure. Leicester 0, Chelsea 3 in their last game. They got to bounce back. But for Watford, big win. Big win. 4-1 against United. Leicester did beat Legia Warsaw in the Europa League as well. So, good win for them. But considering they're coming off of a Europa League game, they will be tired. The team will be pretty tired, even though they rest key players. There would be a pretty tired squad and everything when you really think about it. They played an extra game there, and Watford have all week to prepare and to rest. So that's something we must consider whenever we're talking about teams that played Europa League matches. Premier League teams that are actually in the Champions League, they get it a little bit easier for them because they have a lot of quality and they have bigger squads and they have more time to rest when it comes to the games on the weekend. So Leicester versus Watford here. What happened the last time these two teams met? Back in 2020, 1-1 draw. Early 2020, in June 2020, pardon me. And Leicester won the other game 2-0. Watford do have a few wins against Leicester. 2-1 back in 2019. Another 2-1 back in 2017. And back in 2016, another 2-1. So they love beating Leicester 2-1. All those wins came at home, by the way, at home. And those are only 3 wins in their Premier League history against Leicester, all at home, man. 2 draws as well. So very, very interesting stuff there. The last game they played, it was a draw. That was at home as well. So we're not going to go further than that. Brendan Rodgers versus Ranieri. This would actually be the first time these managers are meeting each other. As you know, Ranieri, historic manager, won the Premier League title against all odds with Leicester City. So that was some majestic stuff by the Italian. And let's see if he could actually save Watford this season and avoid the freaking sack. It's going to be tough, but let's see if Ranieri could actually do it. Last time he was in the Premier League, he did not avoid a sack when he managed Fulham. Came in there and got sacked himself. So, look, fun stuff ahead for Watford. It's either they're going to do very well or they're going to sack the managers. We might see 2 more Watford managers this season. But it's awesome what they did in the last game, though, against United. Awesome stuff. 4-1. God damn, if they play like that every single game, they could be in the Champions League next season. But We know that ain't going to happen, man. Too inconsistent. So for Leicester, injuries, Wesley Fofana remain out. James Justin, he's injured. I think he kind of relapsed with his injury, if I'm not mistaken. Yuri Tillemans is out. Ricardo Pereira is out as well. Nampilas Mendy is a doubt. Ryan Bertrand fit again. For Watford, Peter Etebo, he's a long-term injured player. Quadoba is out. Ozan Tufan is a doubt. Francisco Ciarelta, Christian Cabasele, and Ken Simmer all remain doubtful for this game. Ishmael Assar taken off from, I think can't remember if he was taken off the last game, but he remains a doubt after picking up a knock in the game against United. But I think Sarr would actually play, though. I think Sarr would play. Juraj Kuška, the Slovakian, is back from suspension as well. So each team, they got their injuries. They got the odds stacked up against them. And it's going to be a good game. Two very, very exciting teams. We know Leicester, what they're capable of doing. And we damn sure know what the Watford are capable of doing. The Hornets capable of doing there. So, look, did you know, guys? Did you know Leicester City striker Jamie Vardy has scored in each of his last 3 Premier League home matches against Watford, with all 3 of these strikes coming from the penalty spot. In 4 of the last 5 Premier League meetings, Leicester City and Watford let me repeat that. In 4 of their last 5 Premier League meetings between Leicester and Watford, a goal has been scored in the 90th minute. 5 in total. Wow. In the one match in this run which no 90th minute goal was scored, a player was sent off in the final minute instead. Wow. Emmanuel Dennis have scored 4 goals and assisted 5 more in just 11 Premier League appearances for Watford. Should he score in this match, he would be only the 6th player in the Premier League history to reach both 5 goals and assists in 12 or fewer matches after Eric Cantona with 11, Jurgen Klinsmann with 12, and Arjen Robben with 11, Andre Arshavin with 10, and Bruno Fernandes 9. So he's been a good bargain. Wasn't expensive at all. He wasn't Ishmael Assar expensive. And he's really, proven to be a great signing. Ripped apart United as well. Watford have never previously kept a clean sheet in 20 top-flight meetings with Leicester City. It is the most one team have faced another in the top-flight history while conceding in every single meeting. What's my prediction for this one, guys? You may ask. What's my prediction? It's hard to predict against Watford, though, but they're an inconsistent bunch. But after what they did against United, if they have a Sarr fit, if they have Kuška coming back, they got Emmanuel Dennis playing well, João Pedro off the bench playing well. Look, Josh King as well. I don't know, man. They're gonna be very, very difficult to beat. They're going to be difficult to beat. And what we've seen from Leicester this season, it's very, very easy to predict a Watford win here. No Tillemans for Leicester. I think without Fofana, they have definitely struggled. I don't think Yannick Vestergaard have been at his best when he does feature. Johnny Evans came back from injury. Him and Soyuncu have not been at their best as well. Ndidi has been out, so he's come back in the team, and it's just been their defense. Their defense isn't at their best, and their midfield without Tillemans isn't creative enough unless they start Maddison and he hit his straps. But look, the selection policy is a bit all over the place for me. Whether Brendan Rodgers plays Lookman, or whether he plays Iheanacho or Jose Perez, or he plays Harvey Barnes. He's just all over the place, man. You see what I mean? And I can't see anything but a Watford win here. Watford to get their first win on the road against Leicester. 3-1. 3-1. They won't get a clean sheet. As we know, they haven't kept the clean sheet against Leicester. Leicester's going to score. Maybe Vardy get one or somebody else get one, but I could see them losing this game again. Watford 3, Leicester 1, my prediction, and it's final. Let's see how many of these predictions I get right. I don't even double check my predictions anymore. Because as far as I could see it, man, if I get my predictions wrong, it means that we had some good-ass games. That's the way I look at it. So for Leicester, who are in 12th, the next game would be against Southampton, and they got Aston Villa. And for Watford, their next game will be against Chelsea. London derby. Then they have Man City. Watford against City is one of the most one-sided fixtures you'll ever get in the Premier League. It's so one-sided. You're talking about 8 and 9 and 7 and all these kind of freaking margins. Crazy. But guys, if you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. We'll definitely appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who's been in the stream so far. And we're going to keep it moving, man. Let's go. Let's go. Arsenal, Newcastle. We have 4 more games to touch on. We're going to get through these games before we hit midnight for sure. Let's go. Let us go. I have to get through these games before midnight, or else it won't be good, man. Definitely won't be good. I can't have my wife saying she's ready and, oh yeah, I need to charge my phone too, man. That's not good. My wife hit me up last night. My phone was dead. She had to take a Uber home. So she said, don't make sure your phone is, charged up today. Where's my charger? Oh, man, and I don't have my freaking charger with me here, man. This is not good. This ain't good. 10%? Ain't got no charger? God damn! Yeah, I don't think it'll die, though. I don't think it'll die, but you never know, man. It should last. Oh, shoot. What did I get here? Alright. Didn't message me yet. Okay, good. Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Alright, let's go. Hopefully my phone doesn't die. Arsenal, Newcastle. Let's go. We have 4 more games to actually run through, and let's do this. I think I've done well tonight, right? We've been live for 3 hours. Done pretty good. Guys, make sure you like the video if you haven't yet done so. We'll definitely appreciate that. 52 previous meetings between these two teams. This is a massive, massive fixture. And Newcastle need a win. Arsenal need to bounce back from their game against Liverpool. Liverpool 4, Arsenal 0. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3. What happened the last time these two teams met? Arsenal did the double last season over Newcastle United. 2-0 on the road, 3-0 at home. Newcastle, they only got 1 win in their last 10 matches in all competitions against Arsenal. That was a 2-1 home win for Newcastle back in 2018. So, you know where this one is heading, man. This one's probably heading for an Arsenal win. For Arsenal, the injury is Granit Xhaka, and the squad is pretty fit. It's pretty fit. Tierney is back fit again. Pretty sure last time I checked. Might be wrong, but Arsenal squad is very fit right now. They don't have much excuses in terms of their squad. Thomas Partey is fit again. So they are when it comes to their fitness. Might be a few French players who are not fully fit, but they're not important. You know what I mean? Players like Callum Chambers, Rob Holding might come to mind. You even remember these guys play for Arsenal, guys? You know what I'm saying? These guys, do these guys still play for Arsenal? Pablo Mari comes to mind. Does he still play for Arsenal? Yeah, these guys are not important, man. You see? But for Newcastle, Eddie Howe is going to find out later today if he could join his team on the touchline for the first time ever, as he came down with a bout of the coronavirus. Squad is pretty fit, not many injury concerns, but Paul Dummett remains out. He hasn't yet featured this season. Federico Fernandez hasn't really been part of the team's plans lately as they look to probably move on from the Argentinian. So, look, did you know? Did you actually know, guys, that Arsenal have scored at least once in the last 17 Premier League matches against Newcastle United? The Gunners have opened the scoring in their last 16 against the Magpies, the longest run one team has had scoring first against each other in the competition's history. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has been involved in 9 goals in his 8 appearances for Arsenal against Newcastle in all competitions. He has scored 6 goals and produced 3 assists, finding the net in each of his last 5 matches against the Magpies. Newcastle are the only side in the top 4 tiers of English football still without a win this season, drawing 6 and losing 6. The current run of 12 Premier League matches without a win is the longest since a run of 13 between December 2007 and March 2008. Alain Saint-Maximin has carried the ball further than any player in the Premier League this season, 2,952 meters, while no player has created more chances following a ball carry than the Frenchman, 13 level with Jack Grealish. Listen, man, Alain Saint-Maximin is a beast. He deserves better. Just gotta put it that way. He deserves a lot better, man. Better must come for Alain Saint-Maximin. He's too nice. And I don't really recommend him running into the crowd these days, you know. But he does. Every time he scores, he wants to run into the crowd and let the crowd, yeah, you know, he lives for the, he's a showman. His showmanship is on another level. But he does get a yellow card every single time he does it. So you got to watch himself. He's going to get suspended. You're going to pile up those yellow cards. 5 yellow cards you get, you know, before, what, certain match date? Before the match day 19, I think. And you get suspended. I think that's how Tarkowski got suspended that way. And Richarlison, I think. So you got to watch yourself, man. Look. In terms of my prediction, however, though, Arsenal have been playing some good football, right? Barring what they did in August. After August, the September form, October form, November form, with the exception of the Liverpool game, have been really good, right? But this Newcastle team, you cannot write the team off when they're fully fit. Callum Wilson, Alain Saint-Maximin, Miguel Almiron, these guys are a threat on the counter. They're really a threat. They're really a threat. Newcastle got to sort out their defensive woes. They got to be a lot better in defense. They're letting in way too many goals. Even if they're scoring goals, they're letting in too many goals. I think that's where they got to work on. They got to work on their defense. Defenders are no good. They're no good. This Newcastle team needs a big overhaul. And they should start with their defenders. Look, I think this game is going to end in a 2-2 draw. Exciting draw. Newcastle to get another point. They won't win. Arsenal won't either, in my opinion. But if there's any team that's going to win the game, in my opinion, it's going to be the Gunners. They will be at home. Perfect time to bounce back after that Liverpool loss. Get the Arsenal fans buzzing again. But I just have a sneaky feeling that Jason Tyndall and Eddie Howe, if he's on the touchline, is actually going to get a point from this game. Can't get worse for Newcastle, but they'll get a point. But they will remain winless this season across the top 4 tiers of English football. So, look, Newcastle in last place right now. They will remain last, in my opinion. And the next game will be a big one against Norwich. They got to win. They got to win that game. Then they got Burnley. They got to win a couple games. They got to win a couple games because it ain't going to get pretty. It's not going to get pretty when you got to play Liverpool, City, United, Everton, all in a row. Maybe United and Everton might actually be kind of fixtures than you initially think, right? But I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw, though. For Arsenal, who are currently in 5th, their next game will be against Manchester United on Thursday. That's a big game. That is a big game. Wow. Then they got Everton. Wow. Cool. Cool. Good luck to the Gunners, though. 2-2 draw. What does Melina got to say about this? Melina, what you got to say about this? Talk to me. What do you think is going to happen here, Melina? What do you think is going to happen in this game? Gervais says, I just want to see Arsenal beat United so we can all bust out the dance. Take your time with it. Gervais, big Chelsea fan. So, let me see. Let me see what we got going on here. Thoughts, guys. Thoughts. Arsenal, Newcastle. If you don't have any thoughts, I'm going to keep it moving because I'm strapped for time. And I got 3 more games to go. So, let's talk. Let's move on. And let's talk up 3 big games too, right? 3 big games. Let's not waste no more time. Let's not waste no more time at all. Let's not. So, Chelsea versus Man United is the next game we got to talk about. Chelsea 3, Leicester 0. Chelsea 4, Juventus 0. Clean sheets galore, man. And I did see something about Edward Mendy keeping about 13 clean sheets in his first 19 Champions League games or something. So big up to Edward Mendy, man. Still don't think you're the best goalkeeper in the world, but anyways. Watford 4, United 1. United bunks back against Villarreal. 2-0. So awesome stuff if you're a United fan, though. Very, very good stuff if you're a United fan, gotta say. But meeting Chelsea here after losing 4-1 to Watford requires a huge bounce back. You're talking about one of the biggest bounce back you could think about. Because, listen, United got a bounce back. But you're coming up against currently the reigning European champions and the reigning team in the Premier League on top of the table, right? It's going to be a mammoth task for United. No Solskjaer, but Carrick to actually pull off. This is going to be tough. This is going to be very, very tough. Are Chelsea going to allow United to bounce back? The game would be at Stamford Bridge. The stage is set. United does play better away these days than they do at home. And Chelsea, we know, are beatable at home, right? We know that. So, look. What happened the last time these two teams met last season? 2 stalemates, 0-0 draws in both games. Both games. Chelsea did beat United in the FA Cup semi-final. But Chelsea have not really played well against United across their last 10 games in all competition, where they have met in the FA Cup, they have met in the EFL Cup, and they have met in the Premier League. Chelsea 3, United 1, semi-finals of the FA Cup 2020, and Chelsea 1, United 0 in the FA Cup final back in 2018. Those are only 2 games that Chelsea have won against United across the last 10 fixtures. We're not going to go past there at all. 58 Premier League matches, 17 wins for United, 18 wins for Chelsea, and 23 draws. It will be Carrick versus Tuchel. Interim manager Michael Carrick, former United player, just retired the other day. He's only 40. Tuchel has 5 games against United, 2 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. This is a big game. This is actually the biggest game this weekend. Biggest game. Even though Man United haven't been playing well this season, or been playing well across the last 7 seasons or so, this is a big game. This is a huge game. But look, United, this is not the right time to meet Chelsea, though. They're well oiled up. They're firing on all cylinders. They're actually firing on about 12. They're like a 12-cylinder machine right now. While United are a little 4-cylinder car. They're like a Corolla. these days. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you. You know, while Chelsea are race car, racing towards another Premier League title, maybe. If you're a Chelsea fan, you would want to think that's going to happen. If you're a Liverpool or City fan, you would say, hell no, that ain't happening. But what we know for sure is that United are not winning the title this season. They are not. It ain't happening. They are 12 points off the top after 12 games. And if they lose this game, that will be stretched to 15 points. 15. It's absolutely ridiculous. Lukaku, Timo Werner, fit again. But Ben Chilwell is actually out injured and could be for several weeks if the news is good. But if the news is bad, he could be out for the rest of the season. N'Golo Kante is out injured. Kovacic remains injured as well. So Kai Havertz is also a doubt for this game with a hamstring injury. For United, this is actually my wife hitting me up though. My wife is saying she's done. She'll have to wait. You definitely got to wait for me to finish. Let me hit her up. So she did message me 11 minutes ago. Oh, wow. Wow. Let me see here. Let me see what she got to say. Pardon me, guys. She's staying over? What? Give me a second, guys. Let me see what's going on here. One second, guys. Pardon me. Just give me a little second here. Anyways, seems like your mommy's not coming home tonight, baby. Don't know what's going on, but yeah, seems like we got some time. All right, and all right, so yeah, my wife is stuck at work, guys, and she's working 11 to 7. She has to do the double. Oh, man, pray for her, guys. Pray for her. Pray for her. And sorry for the interruption there. If you're watching the replay, sorry for the interruption. We have some questions. AD, Dom, do you think Tuchel should continue, persist, Pulisic at false 9? Well, Pulisic would want to get in where he can get in, you know, because he hasn't been really featuring a lot. He's always injured, though, so it's really hard to keep Pulisic, you know what I mean, put Pulisic in your plans, and then he goes injured, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's just the update there, guys. I have been talking about my wife messaging me for me to pick her up, but, yeah. So that's what it is. That is what it is. All right, so that means I have to get up early in the morning to pick her up, man. You see what I mean? So big up to the obvious girl. Your wife's the champ. Yeah, she's bringing in more money than me these days, you know. So much respect to the wife, guys. Much respect to the boy Liam, though. But we got to continue because I don't want this boy Liam to start acting up and demanding to actually leave. But the good thing is his sisters are upstairs. If they're still up, he can go upstairs and play with them. But I don't know if they could handle him, though. I don't know. Could they handle you? No? Come, lay down here with Diddy. Come on. Let me not get you started. So, look. Let's go back to what we was actually talking about here with, United and Chelsea before, I was rudely interrupted by my wife here. Let's just go. The latest here. Did you know Chelsea are winless in the last 7 Premier League matches against Manchester United, only having a longer run without a league win against the Red Devils once before 10 matches between 1938 and 1950. This is the 5th time Chelsea have hosted Man United in a Premier League match when starting the day as league leaders. The Blues have won 3 of the previous 4, losing 1, going on to win the title in the season of each of the 3 victories. Wow, that is not good. 05, 6, 9, 10, and 14, 15. That is not a good stat at all. That is not a good stat at all. If you're an opposition fan, that is not a good stat. Man United have kept a clean sheet in each of their last 4 Premier League meetings with Chelsea. The only team to record a shutout in more consecutive league matches against the Blues is Newcastle United, who managed 6 in a row between 1913 and 1919. In all competitions, Cristiano Ronaldo has scored just 1 goal in 15 appearances against Chelsea, doing so in the 2008 Champions League final. The Blues are the side he has faced the most. Yeah. Okay, come. Yes. He has faced the most in the league, in league football, 10 matches without scoring. Look, guys, I actually forgot to mention the United injuries here. Maguire is suspended. Luke Shaw will be assessed after the concussion. Greenwood, he tested positive for coronavirus. Rafa Varane, he's out. Pogba is out. And Edinson Cavani is also doubtful for this game as well. So I'm telling you, this one will be a tough one for United. This would definitely be a tough one for United. This will be hard. I know United have a favorable record against Chelsea in the previous games, but coming into this match, Chelsea definitely the favorite to go on to get something. Definitely. So, look, what is my prediction here? This is a little easy to predict in my opinion. I know we shouldn't write United off. Sit down. I know we really shouldn't write them off, but this is easy to predict. This is easy to predict. Chelsea, on top of the table, they have had the best defense in the league and one of the best attacks. The manager, Thomas Tuchel, appears to know what he's doing. I think he lacks a plan B, in my opinion, when his back is against the wall. When he meets a quality opposition, he kind of look flustered, like he doesn't really know what to do. But overall, he hasn't really been needing a plan B, right? Mendy has been really good in goal. Their defense have been pretty good, pretty solid, if you ask me. And their attack has been producing. They have produced goals all across the field. Every player have stepped up and did the job for Chelsea. They've been playing well as a collective, and that's what you need. That is the important thing I must note here. It's good to have good individuals in your team, but when those individuals are not firing, for example, like when Lukaku is not scoring, Timo Werner is not scoring, you need your defenders to pop up, put in these headers. You need your Trevor Chalobahs, you know what I'm saying? You need your Thiago Silva, your Rudiger to pop up and score a goal. Maybe not Jorginho, you know what I mean? He doesn't miss a lot from the spot these days. But they have been scoring a lot of goals across the field. N'Golo Kante, you see in the last game there. Christian Pulisic off the bench. So the players have been really playing well as a collective. As for United, it's more dependent on individuals to step up and do the business. And Cristiano Ronaldo has been that individual that have really stepped up to the and put his foot forward and put his hands up and say, hey, I'm going to actually have to save this team. David De Gea comes to mind. Bruno Fernandes have been very poor this season, apart from the early game, I think against Leeds United, and one or two instances where he's pulled off a cheeky pass or two. He's been poor. Van de Beek, when he's been involved. Sancho in his last 2 games have looked good. Rashford on a few occasions since he came back from injury. But altogether, as a unit, they have not been good. Manager sacked. They're in crisis right now. And you have Tuchel coming up against Carrick. That's a mismatch. That is a mismatch. This game right now, in my opinion, is a mismatch. With the state of their defense, it's a mismatch. Who's going to be in the defense? No Maguire, no Varane. So you tell me the defense is going to be Eric Bailly and who? You see what I'm saying? Who's going to be in the defense? Matic? What are they going to do? Play 3 at the back and Luke Shaw going to be fit enough? Even if he passed fit for the game, he's not going to be 100%. What's going to happen here? You see what I'm saying? What is going to happen here for United? I think something embarrassing could actually happen here, This could actually be very, very, very embarrassing here. But I'm going to have to settle for a 3-1 victory for Chelsea. I think United will get one. Ronaldo threat. Van de Beek, Sancho. These guys have been playing some good football lately. I think they'll get one. But Chelsea would win the game, no doubt, though. Definitely would win the game, no doubt. So I'm going to go for Chelsea 3, Manchester United 1. And I think that's a fair prediction. Guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a little break and take this boy upstairs to meet his sisters and see if that would work. And try to finish off these last 2 games. Don't know if it will work, but I'm going to try. All right, come. Come, let's go. Come and meet your sisters. Come. I don't know if you're going to stay, but let's try. Cassidy? Mel? All right, this is what I'm doing. All right. Thank you for bearing with me. All right, what we're gonna be doing, guys. Appreciate that. Appreciate the patience. You guys are the real ones. Let's just move on. 3-1, Chelsea. We got 2 more games to talk about. Sorry for the inconvenience, but things are a little hectic around here these days. For Chelsea, their next game will be against Watford. Then they have West Ham United. As for Manchester United, who are currently in 8th, their next game will be against Arsenal. Then they got Palace, Young Boys, Norwich. So we're going to keep it moving. Let's talk about the game between Liverpool and Southampton. Let's go. Liverpool, Southampton. 44 matches played between these two teams here. Liverpool 4, Arsenal 0. Liverpool 2, Porto 0. Reds are in form. Norwich 2, Southampton 1. What happened the last time these two teams met, you may ask? Could remember last season, Southampton beating Liverpool, and then their season going down the drain, basically. So, might be a bad omen of some sort to beat Liverpool, right? But Liverpool did bounce back with a 2-0 victory at home after that 1-0 loss. And that was Southampton's second win across the last 10 games, where they did beat Liverpool in the semi-final there in 2017 of the EFL Cup. So 44 matches, 11 wins for Southampton, 23 for the Reds, and 10 games ending in draws. Klopp versus Hasenhüttl. Austrian versus the German here. We have only 1 win for Hasenhüttl that he picked up last season, which brought tears to his eyes. Actually, he cried a river, and then his season went to the crapper, right? So, Klopp, 8 wins, 3 draws, 4 losses against Southampton. So, pretty good record, and a solid record against Hasenhüttl, nevertheless. So, Southampton versus Liverpool, mostly a mismatch these days, but of course, every team has a chance. Game isn't being played on paper, right? Ball is round. And Southampton with those 2 wins across the last 10 games, and they have managed to pick up a draw. So, look, in terms of the notes, Milner is back. Henderson is back fit. There's also Curtis Jones on the treatment table. Come on, you came back. Come on, you came back. You're going to stick around. Curtis Jones on the treatment table. Elliott is out. Robertson is out. Gomez is out. Keita is out. And even though some of these guys may get back to full fitness pretty soon, like a Robertson, a Gomez, a Keita, they're doubtful for this game, definitely. You got to give shout-outs to Tyler Martin, though, who's been getting some minutes this season in the first team. He started the Champions League game, did well. Minamino, Origi, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Tsimikas, Nico Williams, all been getting minutes these days. And Klopp definitely has to do this because he got to prep for the African Cup of Nations, where Naby Keita, Mane, nor Salah will be available for the Premier League and the cup matches that's coming up early next year. For Southampton, they're a relatively fit squad right now. And from my research, couldn't find any players that's out long-term apart from Sam McQueen. So, did you know, guys? Did you know? Liverpool are the only team to have scored in all 12 of their Premier League matches this season. The Reds have found the net in each of their last 22 league matches overall, netting at least twice in 18 of those, including each of the last 9. The Reds have won 7 of their last 8 Premier League matches against Southampton, with the exception being a 1-0 away loss in January last season. Southampton have lost 13 of their 17 Premier League away matches in 2021, winning 2 and drawing 2, conceding 43 goals in this run. That's 2.5 goals per match. Indeed, Saints have lost more matches and conceded way away goals from home than any other Premier League side in the calendar this year so far. Guys, excuse Liam, man. Excuse Liam. I think he wants some attention, man. I think he wants some attention. I do think he wants some attention. But come on. Sit down here and be a nice boy, okay? Be a good boy. Be a good boy, please. Be a good boy. We almost done. Definitely. So, look. Southampton's Adam Armstrong have scored 1 or assisted 2 a goal in each of his last 3 Premier League appearances, more than he had in his first 23 matches in the competition, with Saints and Newcastle combined 1 goal and 1 assist. So it's good for Southampton's, new man to actually be involved in the goals, keep his confidence up, and just keep things going. He would want his career to just keep blossoming in the Premier League, as the last time he didn't look so good. But him, along with Che Adams, James Ward-Prowse, could definitely be a threat for Liverpool in this game. So, look, in terms of my prediction for this match, listen, man, this one isn't an easy, I should say this isn't a hard one to predict. Should be an easy game for Liverpool. That's what I meant to say. Should be an easy game for Liverpool here. And I can't see anything but a Liverpool win, man. Seriously. I really can't. I know West Ham was able to stop Liverpool, but Liverpool still scored 2. Are we going to see a thriller here? I don't think so. Could Southampton pull off another 1-0 win here? I don't think so. Liverpool are playing too good right now. Even with their injuries, they have been able to bring players in to replace the injured players and just be very effective. Look at what they've done in the Champions League. Only losing once in the Premier League. They drew on a few games, but they're still third, a point behind City and 4 points behind Chelsea, which isn't bad at all, seeing that they've suffered all these setbacks with injuries in their midfield, right? So, with the players coming back fit, Henderson, Milner, Thiago now, Oxlade-Chamberlain, he looks like a player rebirth and everything. Player reborn, I should say. Rebirth of Ox, It's hard to see Southampton beating Liverpool here. You can't put it past them. Because James Ward-Prowse, in a dead ball situation. You could have Che Adams, who's been in really good form for both club and country. Armstrong knows how to get it into the back of the net as well. And this team is a team that could spring a surprise here. Livramento been playing well. Kyle Walker-Peters, McCarthy has had a good season in goal as well. So you can't put it past them. But look, when you have Salah in the form he's in right now, when you have Mane, who's always a threat, Jota always a threat, it's very difficult. It's gonna take a big effort. You're gonna take a few mistakes, and you're gonna have to score when you have the opportunities to beat this Liverpool team. That's the key to beating Liverpool. Chelsea didn't beat Liverpool. City didn't beat Liverpool. United sure didn't beat Liverpool, right? It took West Ham. With some brilliant counter-attacking football who took their chances to get the better of Liverpool. Liverpool 3, Southampton 0. Not a clean sheet here. Not a clean sheet. That's my thoughts. Pretty easy game to predict, though. I should have actually talked about this game a little bit earlier in the segment. I really should have. So, I should have, right? Liverpool play Everton in their next game. That's an away game, Goodison Park, and that's on December 1st. That's actually on a Wednesday, so that's coming up very, very soon, man. That's next Wednesday. God damn. And then we have games on Saturday again, which means I'll have to do a Premier League prediction show on Monday if I can. Monday or Tuesday. So a lot of work to be done, man. I'm telling you, this is non-stop. Non-stop work. And then I have to do a roundup and another prediction show for the weekend matches. It will happen. I'll get it done. I'll get it done. Maybe I'll have to double up. One live stream for a roundup, one live stream. Same live stream, I'll do a prediction. Quite possible. I've done it before. So for Southampton, who are 13th right now in the league, they will play Leicester in their next game. They have some tough games coming up, and they would have to, you know, see out these games. And there was a team, it's not Southampton, but there was a team that have some really crazy games coming up in December. I think it's Leeds United, if I'm not mistaken, you know. I think it's Leeds have that crazy December, man. Let me just double check this. I think it's Leeds United. I might be wrong, though. Yeah, it's Leeds. It is Leeds. Yeah, it is Leeds. Leeds have Chelsea, City, Arsenal, and Liverpool in a row in December. Villa. They have Brentford at the start, Villa at the back end. It's going to be a rough December for Leeds United. And what's your thoughts on that game, guys? Appreciate it. Appreciate the support, the patience with the boy Liam, who's woke up. What you laughing about? Who's woke up and giving us a little problems here, you know? So it's not bothersome at all. Thank you very much, you know. But on my end, it's kind of weird, you know what I mean? I think it's bothersome. I should be here alone, but, you know, it is what it is, man. It's real life. Not many creators you see have to do this, and they have their kid up and about, giving a lot of trouble. But you could see he loves his dad. I took him upstairs, and he said, nah, I don't want to be with my sister here. I'm going to come back down to you, daddy, okay? Very nice. Very lovely, okay? Very nice. Got to give you something to eat when we go up. So it's going to be you and I tonight. And the fact that his mom is stuck at work until the morning, I don't know. I might not get any sleep, man. I might not get any sleep because he's going to be up all morning. So we're going to move on to the last game, guys, and we're going to finish off this marathon live stream where I basically did a combination of the European competition and the Premier League. And we're going to talk City versus West Ham United. So, yeah. City 3, Everton 0. City 2, PSG 1. You know, Wolves defeated West Ham in their last game, and West Ham beat Rapid Vienna 2-0. What happened the last time these two teams met, though? West Ham, you know, have been getting some joy against Manchester City lately, I gotta say. Just some, not a lot. They picked up a win in the Carabao Cup match, knocked Man City out, 5-3 on penalties, and they did pick up a 1-1 draw last season. I could remember that draw that Mikel Antonio, that Mikel Antonio goal. That was Mikel Antonio opening the scoring and Phil Foden having to actually equalize in the 51st minute there. But apart from that, it was a one-sided fixture before that where City was just winning for fun, scoring a whole tons of goals there for City. Let me just bring that up. 40 Premier League matches there played between both teams. 24 wins for Man City, 9 wins for West Ham, 7 games ended in draws. City's home record is actually brilliant. Only 2 losses against West Ham, 2 draws, and 16 wins. 16 wins. This would be the 11th meeting between David Moyes and Pep Guardiola, with Pep winning 7 of those games, drawing 2, and have only lost once to David Moyes. And that loss came in the Carabao Cup fixture there. So, yeah, hopefully we don't lose to West Ham again. This is my team, guys, if you don't know. If you don't know, now you know. Hopefully we don't lose to West Ham United once again. They have been doing well against the Manchester teams this season, against both Man City and Manchester United. Well, everyone's doing well against United these days, though, as we should know. So, look, in terms of some notes here, Jack Grealish out, Phil Foden and Kevin De Bruyne, they all missed the PSG game and definitely could miss the West Ham game too. Kevin De Bruyne for sure I know won't be back. He got coronavirus. Phil Foden, there's still some doubt, and Jack Grealish may actually be out injured for this one. Ferran Torres remains out with a broken leg. And for West Ham, Angelo Agbana out for the rest of the season. Their squad is very fit at the moment, where they were able to rotate most of the squad for the Europa League game with a lot of success. So, did you know? Actually, give me 1 second here. Let me make sure. What are you doing? Okay. All right, gotta make sure my boy Liam isn't, destroying the house. So, did you know, guys, Manchester City's highest goal scorer in the Premier League this season with 4 goals, Bernardo Silva, is looking to score in 3 consecutive league matches for the very first time. Man City have won 9 of their 10 Premier League matches against West Ham under Pep Guardiola, drawing 1, scoring 28 and conceding just 5 in these fixtures. West Ham's loss at Wolves last time out ended their 4-match winning run in the Premier League. They have only lost consecutive league matches twice since the start of last season, doing so in September of 2020 and April in 2021. The Hammers are averaging 5.1 shots on target per match in the Premier League this season, their most in a single campaign in the competition since the 2000-2001 season, where they managed 5.3. Michael Oliver will be in charge of this game. And in terms of my prediction for this match, guys, it's going to be a tight one. It is going to be a tight game. Any game against West Ham these days is going to be a tight game. They have been playing some quality football under David Moyes, and as the obvious girl says here, she's scared of West Ham. Liam is the OG. He's been here since the beginning. We need to understand that it's probably like 12 a.m. there because it's 10 a.m. here 10 p.m. there in Canada. Yeah, it's actually 12:22. Yeah, and he just woke up, so was doing pretty well, but I think I went on a bit too long. The Champions League and stuff actually, it prolonged the thing a little longer than it should have done. So, yeah, man. Nice one. Good to see you being a dad, too. Yeah, man. That's what I say. You get the real with me, man. You get the real thing with me. You don't always have to be all, perfect all the time. It's a live stream. I don't live alone. I'm not single. You see what I mean? And if some of these guys who are single and who live alone and not killing it, I don't know when they would ever kill it, man. Because I'm telling you, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be living alone right now, though. That's pretty lonely. That's pretty lonely. So I love it the way it is right now. So, yeah. Look, it's going to be a tight game. West Ham coming off their Europa League match, but they rotated. So only guys like Shusek and Bowen and maybe Dawson might feature from the start in this game. It's going to be a tight one. West Ham has not, they didn't beat us in the Carabao Cup. The game drew, and they drew that game a couple seasons ago. So they haven't really been beating us, but you never know, man. It's the same like Liverpool. Liverpool didn't expect to lose to West Ham, but they did the business. They're a deadly team on the counter, and we know if you are to beat Manchester City, you're going to do it on the counter. That's exactly where you're going to do it, on the counter, because we play with the ball quite a lot, and when we lose the ball high up the field and teams get to break on us, and Mikel Antonio is full of pace, he's strong, he gets in behind. Bowen has a lot of pace as well. He gets in behind. You have guys like Ben Rama with brilliant distribution, Declan Rice with brilliant distribution. It could get ugly on the day. And we know Edison, he's a good goalkeeper, but he be getting beaten too easy in my opinion, though. Seriously. He really be getting beaten way too easy. Way too easy. Look, I expect Laporte to come back into this match. I just wish Pep Guardiola would just continue with Stones and Diaz, but I think Laporte would come back in because he got to rotate, got to keep everybody happy. Cancelo, Walker, right back. I don't think we'll see Zinchenko in the midfield this match. I think we'll see Rodri with Bernardo, Gundogan. We're going to see... Pep may do something different. I would love to see Mahrez again. He was brilliant against PSG. Sterling will start. He's been playing well. And Jesus should start through the center. But there's a situation where we may not see Mahrez and we could see a Cole Palmer again. Because Palmer has looked good when he featured. West Ham, we know they're going to come out full strength. Ben Rama, Fornals, Antonio, Bowen, all up top. Shusek, Rice in the middle. You're going to have Cresswell left back. You're going to see Dawson along with Zuma at the back. You're going to have Ben Johnson at right back, Fabianski in goal. I know the West Ham team pretty well. I know all the Premier League teams pretty well. Maybe I forget a lot of the Burnley players. You know what I'm saying? But I know most of the teams pretty well. This is going to be a tough game. This is going to be a tough game. But I see Man City winning the game. We'll be at home. And it's imperative that we win the game because you can't allow Chelsea to keep, stretching that gap. You can't lose. You cannot lose. I could see a 2-1 win for City. I won't be surprised. I got to say, I won't be surprised if we lose the game, however, or draw the game, because it's West Ham United and you got to give them a lot of respect. They've been playing some really good football. So, got to give them that respect. But I'm going to go for 2-1. I'm going to go for 2-1. I think Pep is going to bounce back after being knocked out of the Carabao Cup. His competition by West Ham. And they're going to lose back-to-back games in the league for the first time in a while. But it's about time. We're gonna knock West Ham off of the high horse and knock them back to reality. Definitely going to do that. But as I said, I won't be surprised if we end up losing this game, man. Seriously. Definitely won't. So, in terms of the next game, this game will be on Sunday. 9 o'clock game on Sunday for me. We play Aston Villa on Wednesday. Then we got Watford. Ooh, Watford. Then back again in the Champions League, December 7th against Leipzig. Then Wolves. Got some good games coming up. Hopefully, we destroy all these teams in December and go on to win the title. Come, let me give you one. Come. Come on. So, this boy Liam went upstairs and brought me his vitamin, his multivitamins. You know what I'm saying? He got these Zarbee's multivitamin. And he went up and he wants his multivitamins. So I'm about to give him, one of these multivitamins to chew up and, enjoy. So, yeah, guys, that was actually fun. 4 hours. God damn. 4 hours. Highbury, man. Highbury. Yes, definitely. I didn't even know you were in here, but appreciate everybody who tuned in, man. I'm about to end. We're about to go 4 hours. Cannot believe that. But after not live streaming Tuesday, nor Wednesday, nor early Thursday, I had to do this, man. I had to do this. So what I will be doing, guys, I will be making some clips of the Champions League segments and a few clips of the Premier League things when maybe not, but let's see what happens. But look out for the clips. Look out for the clips for the major talking points as well. And we'll be back tomorrow for later today for the European qualifiers draw. If I'm up if I'm able to get up in time for that to react and do a live watch along for that one. And, if there's anything else to talk about, I'll be back to talk about that as well. So here you go. Here you go. Good boy, good boy, good boy. So, look, guys, it's been a good one, man. It's been a very, very good one. Shout outs to everybody. Mona Meli, Mo Casey, the obvious girl, everybody who tuned into the live stream today, man. You guys are the real deal. Definitely appreciate the continued support. Big up to all the members. Big up to everybody, man. Big up to everybody. So, big up to everybody who turned up today, who liked the video, guys. If you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. We got 67 thumbs up. I know you guys could do a lot better. And if you want to go back and you want to watch the rest of the stream, I will be timestamping the stream. As soon as I'm done, I'm going to download the entire stream. And I will be timestamping each and every segment so that it's easy to navigate. So you could skip to the Europa Conference League, the Europa League, the Champions League. Could skip to the Liverpool game and all that good stuff. You see what I'm saying? So it's been fun. It's taken a lot out of me. 4 hours. I got the kids at the house. My 2 daughters who don't live with me. I do have them here. So I left them all alone upstairs to come and talk to you. So I'll be going back to them right now. And it was Thanksgiving, but I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving like that. So, but I am thankful that you guys came through and supported the thing, though. So we'll talk again pretty soon. It's going to be a busy, busy December. I have some live streams to schedule next week. I took it easy this week, but next week I have to be on the grind, man. Definitely have to be on the grind, where we got midweek fixtures coming up for match week 14. So, guys, I'm your boy Dominic Rich. Thanks again for tuning in. Like the video if you like it. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thanks again for 48K subscribers. We're going to keep it moving. And until next time, peace out. Rich Squad. Peace. It was a fun one. It was a fun one. I gotta say, it was a fun one, man. It was fun. It was fun. It was a marathon stream, but it was fun, man. You gotta grind. You gotta grind. Peace.